I'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Thank you. Once again, we thank each and every one of you and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction. Let us begin this transmission with the title, The Last Days of Atlantis. The reason we are delivering this at this time is because your transition from your October to November month is the anniversary of its destruction. This is why, even though it has turned into something else, turned into a different translation, this is, however, the original reason why you have All Hallows Eve, Halloween, and the idea of All Souls Day and All Saints Day, October 31st, November 1st, November 2nd. The day before the destruction, the day of the destruction, the day after the destruction of Atlantis. That is the original reason for those holy days, in remembrance of that. So let us go back in time, approximately 12,800 of your years ago, or what you typically refer to as 10,800 BC. This was approaching the end of the days of the Atlantis civilization that had existed for many thousands of years. Began when there was the migration of those indigenous peoples in what you call your North and South America, the migration across the continents from west to east, eventually creating the colony of Atlantis in the islands that you now recognize to some degree as the Bahamas and Cuba. Although remember that in those days there was great ice shelves coming down from the north, covering a great portion of North America, and the oceans, having that much water locked into ice, were much lower at the time, somewhere between 250 to 300 feet lower. Thus, revealing, if you even look at your ocean maps today, the outline of the islands as they used to be. The Bahamas now are simply the remnants of what used to be the main island, along with Cuba, of the Atlantean civilization, though they did, of course, spread into North, Central, and South America, and even cross the oceans into what you know as Europe in the Mediterranean and Northern and Western Africa. But even though their so-called empire was vast, the main islands were off the coast now of what you call your North and Central and South America. And many people on your planet at this time, because much of the history was lost, and because most of what you still remember of the idea of Atlantis came through ancient stories from Egypt that were passed along to individuals in Greece and then shared with your modern individuals, you tend to imagine, because these stories came from Greece, that Atlantis had something similar to Grecian architecture. It did not. The closest representation that you have of Atlantean architecture is Aztecan architecture. Large stone blocks, the kind of pyramids that you find in Central and South America. These are the appearances of the kind of structures you would have seen in Atlantean times. And the Aztec architecture that remains is the closest remnant to the idea of Atlantean architecture that still exists on your planet. Now, it did change a little bit when they went over into the idea of the Mediterranean, but it didn't become Grecian architecture. The closest representation is that which you call the Minoan architectures, specifically the Temple of Knossos on the island of Crete. You will see there an ancient Atlantean colony in that temple, which is known as the Labyrinth Temple and the legend of the Minotaur, for the Atlanteans were bull worshippers. So the idea is that they adopted some of the Grecian architecture, but still retained something quite different. For if you look at the architecture of the Temple of Knossos, you will find that the pillars and the structures there are not what you would find in the area you know to be Greece. They are painted differently, they are shaped differently. And it represents more the idea of the Atlantean idea of decoration, being that the pillars are red and black and the stones are white. And if you look at the remnants of the labyrinth that exists in the Temple of Knossos on the island of Crete, you will see that it was actually an initiation labyrinth which came from the culture of Atlantis. For when you follow the traces that remain of the labyrinth that are dug into the ground and lined with stone, you will find at the end of every single turn a large crystal buried in the rocks of the labyrinth. So that at each station there was an opportunity to meditate on those crystals, to resonate with those crystals, and work your way through the labyrinth in the sense of a particular ritual that will allow you at the end to allow your mind to open up to new understandings, new information, new initiations of the cosmos. This came from ancient Atlantean times. Now, in the days before the destruction, which actually covered a very large span of time, for there was a, shall we say, very large master comet that came into your solar system and took up an orbit, an eccentric orbit, that crossed the path of Earth's orbit twice every year. And for a period of time, rained down upon the Earth, as the comet broke up, various remnants that would impact your Earth and cause great destruction. These cometary fragments, twice a year, bombarded the North American and Atlantic region for a period of over 2 decades. Every year, twice a year. The obliteration was almost complete of anything that existed in those areas over that span of time, which is one of the reasons why you very, very, very much don't see almost anything left of whatever was in those areas. Imagine being bombarded for over 20 years by cometary impacts in your city. There wouldn't be much left. But it started relatively small, and mostly bombarded the ice shelves and the eastern seaboard of the Americas, many chunks falling into the Atlantic Ocean, causing tsunamis. But there was at one point a greater chunk that came through the atmosphere, the primary body of the comet, that finally penetrated the atmosphere and struck in the Atlantic Ocean, gouging out a crater in the ocean floor, and caused massive tsunamis in all directions, radiating out from the Atlantic, tsunamis at least 300 feet high. This is the obliteration, the final obliteration of the idea of Atlantis, cultures on the eastern seaboards of North, Central, and South America, tsunamis that struck the western seaboards of Europe and Africa and into the Mediterranean. And this is the beginning of your legendary flood of Noah. The idea also is that in those ancient times before the final destruction, since there were many cometary impacts and since they could observe the master comet arcing through the sky before it ever hit, they understood by plotting its trajectory, and especially after some of the fragments began to impact the Earth, that their time was running out. Many of them fled into other areas to preserve their culture, their knowledge, their civilization, going into South America, going into some parts of Central America, going into parts of Africa, parts of Europe, and all the way into the beginnings of the culture that became Egypt, bringing their knowledge, bringing their technology, their architecture into the understanding of what it took to build the great pyramids in Egypt. But before that time, again, in observing this master comet, which still to this day provides what you call meteor showers at certain times of the year, including the time that is coming up now, that was the time of the destruction of Atlantis in its final days. You still find what you call the toroid meteor showers are the remnants of that comet still to this day shooting through your skies. But now, simply the remains are very small and burn up in your atmosphere rather quickly, providing you with a spectacular show, but still acting as a reminder of those days, back when the sign of a comet in the sky and the memory, the civilization's collective consciousness memory of that comet is one of the reasons why comets developed the reputations that they did of being bad omens of destruction. It comes specifically from that comet that destroyed Atlantis. Now, also at that time, the idea, even though the concept of dragons is also something else, also interdimensional beings that present themselves to you in your reality in a certain way that you have called a dragon form. Comets also in ancient times were referred to as dragons, for they crossed the sky with their glorious burning tails, and again were akin to the idea of the interdimensional dragons in how they appeared against the stars. So you can see that many different kinds of ideas, many different legends about comets and other things developed from this one experience that began an age upon your Earth that your scientists recognize and have labeled the Younger Dryas period. This shifted your climate radically at that time. And the cometary impacts that impacted the thick ice shelves on the North American continents caused much flooding, much runoff. And that spilled into the oceans over time, raising the ocean levels, so that today you find they are 250 to 300 feet higher than they were at that time, submerging most of the Atlantean islands that existed in the Atlantic Ocean. And again, one of the main reasons why you find it so challenging to find any remnants of that civilization today, although some things do still exist in those areas that you have yet to discover. But let us look at those last days and bring into your imagination the idea of a thriving civilization of beauty, of great pyramidal structures, of great paved streets of stone and temples, painted red, white, black, and sometimes sheathed in gold and silver, and the combination alloy that was known as orichalcum, which contained also copper and mixes of gold and silver in various proportions. And the idea of the beautiful, shining crystals that gave light and power to the ancient capital cities of the ancient Atlantean Empire, and that also could be used in understanding their vibration for long-distance communication between the main empire islands and the outposts that existed around the planet. The idea then is to imagine, in those days, the beautiful brown-skinned people walking on those streets and floating above those streets in lighter-than-air balloons, and understanding the idea of the stars and having astronomy and a great understanding of mathematics and a deep understanding of the earth and nature and their part in it, that over time, over eons, became split into those that retained the ancient ways of connection to the earth and those that began to slide down into the idea of fear-based beliefs and the corruption of the concept of the illusion of power. Your psychic, Edgar Cayce, referred to these as the children of light and the children of darkness. For there was this split in Atlantis, as such a split is now even beginning to accelerate in your time. For the idea itself of the Americas is a recounting and a recycling of the idea of Atlantean times, and an opportunity for you to lift yourselves up into a different future and a different path and a different outcome than what it is that they themselves experienced. For they knew they had reached the end of their cycle. And so many of those that understood their connection to the earth, their connection to the stars, began to migrate away from the Atlantean capitals into various parts of the world that they knew would be safe, where they could rebuild, where they could preserve their knowledge in ancient structures such as some of the ancient pyramids, preserve their libraries in Alexandria and in Giza under the Sphinx, and in certain areas of Yucatan and South America and Peru, where some of those libraries still exist today and have yet to be discovered. That would reveal much about the Atlantean times. But thinking back again to those days and knowing that these beings were recognizing that they were coming to the end of a cycle and leaving in great ships, there were those simply that did not believe and did not take heed and perished in the destruction. For some of them, while they were corrupt, some of them simply could not bear to leave their homeland, and knew through their learning and their knowledge, through their understanding of their connection to nature, that there would be an opportunity once again in what you call their future, in what you call your present, for them to live out through the idea of reincarnational experiences, those cycles once again, and to look to the light and bring the light with them that would allow for a different, a more positive, a more constructive, a more peaceful, beautiful, and artistically creative outcome, so that in a sense, even though the island itself has sunk, Atlantis may arise again in a new form, in the same basic continent that they had crossed, migrated across to create the colony of Atlantis, the empire of Atlantis, so that it may rise again in the Americas one day. Listen to the knowledge that was preserved of the indigenous tribes of South, Central, and North America, for they contain the information and the knowledge of the rising of Atlantis once more. Allow yourselves to imagine yourselves again connected to those times and walking those streets as the indigenous population that knew the stars and knew the earth in deep ways that you have yet yourselves to experience again, except for perhaps a few of those indigenous tribes that remain on your planet that have kept to the old ways, the ancient ways of knowledge, and know that the cycle has now begun anew, and that you are in those times, not only the end times, but the beginning times, that allow you once again to experience the glory, the beauty, and the grace, gratitude, and appreciation that was paramount in the highest days of the Atlantean civilization. And they did interact with many forms of natural life, in particular, communicating with the dolphins and the whales, many of which were allowed into the temples through great channels, through great ideas of canals, which allowed them to swim right into the center of the pools in many of the temples in Atlantis, so that they could commune together and build the idea of a society of land and sea, and had much knowledge of the idea of the herbs of nature and the foods of nature that would promote healing, and the vibrations that would promote the idea of stability and healing and beauty and health and wealth in the connection to nature that they experienced in those days. Allow yourselves to feel within your own being once again that connection to nature. Let at first, before it appears within the actual physical reality, let at first that feeling, that knowledge, that rising of Atlantis to begin within you, within your spirit and within your soul. and allow it to penetrate deeply within your hearts. And feel the drum beat in your heart that was utilized in Atlantis as a teaching mechanism. For when the drums of Atlantis matched the heartbeat, then they could, through induction, slow down the drum beats and allow your hearts to slow down into a meditative, hypnotic state in which all lessons were given and all lessons were retained, because they were allowed to go into the state in which all information that was given was absorbed easily and effortlessly and retained throughout their lifetimes. The drums of Atlantis are the key to the states of being that will allow Atlantis to rise once again from your hearts, from your souls, from your spirits, and from your bodies, so that it may once again one day begin to appear upon the land that you know as the Americas. It can then spread once again into the lands around the earth, recalling and reconnecting to those Atlantean colonies in Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, and all the way back to their history and their legacy that came all the way from Lemuria in Southeast Asia before they crossed the land bridges of the north and the oceans of the south to arrive in the Americas, north, central, and south, and begin their migrations across the continents to create the shining civilization eventually that was Atlantis, which will awaken again, as we say, first in your hearts, in your souls, your spirits, your minds, and your bodies, and finally to physically manifest once again as Earth continues in its evolution of becoming the sixth hybrid race, inviting the ancient connections and families of extraterrestrials that were known in Atlantean times to once again rejoice and celebrate with you on the surface of your world. Rise, Atlantis, rise. We thank you for allowing us to share this energy, this information, this state of being with you this day of your time. And in return for the gift that you have given to us, how may we now be of service to you? Please begin with your questions and dialogues, if you wish.
Hey, what's up, Bashar?
And to you, good day. I am up.
Hi, you're up high, yes. I just wanted to make a comment.
Yes.
There's no question.
That's all right.
After I came home from Iraq, I was in the Army for 16 years. And,
all right.
I was lost.
How exciting for you.
It was, now I look back on it, it was very exciting.
Yes. And have you found yourself?
I have found myself.
All right.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank
Where
you.
were you when you found yourself?
I was in the living room of my apartment in Koreatown.
All right.
And I had just got laid off my job.
Oh, how exciting.
I know.
And?
And I said to myself, I'm going to draw this unemployment for 6 months.
All right.
And then I heard a voice come through and said, if you don't take time off to do some self-development, shame on you. Ooh. Yeah.
And did you?
I did, 6 years. And I came across my spirit guides, and that voice, I followed the intuition. And it led me through some tools that I needed to gather before I got to you.
Oh, all right. And you will continue on, of course, as well.
Yes. And when I found you, I found myself. I began to, the tools that I learned before I got to you, helped me to vastly and quickly learn, have unconditional love of myself. All right. No judgment of any kind of myself.
All right. In the negative sense.
Yes. Forgiveness of myself.
Very good.
And have no expectations of anything of myself.
No insistence.
No insistence.
You can expect to be yourself. You can expect that things will happen and unfold in a natural way, but you don't have to insist or assume what way that will be. Yes?
Yes, you are correct.
I know, that's why I said it. And so you're having more fun?
Oh, life is zooming. I'm like happy, and I'm like integrating with everyone, and I'm not invalidating people's journeys, and I'm just running and I'm running, and I'm like, oh, wow, this life is pretty fun.
You sound a lot like one of us.
Yes. Yes. And I'm happy. That's why I didn't have a question, because
exactly, because you know how to answer them.
Yes. It's like, and you would say to people, are you following your excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence that anything should happen? You know how many times I listened to that?
2,154.
Exactly. Exactly. And I practice it. Practice makes perfect. It has become part of me, and I welcoming myself into the Esasani family.
All right. Well, we welcome you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for sharing your energy. And I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I really mean it.
All right. Well, our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you.
Challenging act to follow. But I know you're up to it.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
So once in a while, when someone comes up here and they say, "Good to see you again," and you say, "If you insist," does that mean that in a way because they are not that same conscious before, and yet they are assuming they are in that moment?
Sometimes.
Okay.
We might say it for different reasons depending upon the person. And sometimes we might just be messing with them.
Cool.
For fun.
With that being said, as far as someone always forever changing, and how we human beings have a tendency to kind of create this consensus.
A choice.
Yes.
Not a tendency.
Yeah. Consensus reality about ourselves.
Yes.
And your society, when you're meeting someone for again and again and again, what is that experience like? Meaning, if they are seen as forever unfolding conscious, that's not the same person. Like
exactly. So it's always like meeting someone for the first time, even if there's a recognition factor.
So how would you approach your father? How was that experience?
Depends upon the context, depends upon what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of seeing how that would be kind of in that experience. So to show up to someone and yet go, "Hi, there you are," or, with the idea of how they might be, and yet I was kind of...
Perhaps it's more like, "Hi, who are you now?"
Okay, cool.
That would be a closer translation.
Okay. As far as like social norms, as far as creating both resistance in our bodies to attraction. So for example, sometimes one of the things that creates an attraction is that there's something hidden within ourselves and so forth. There's a lot of resistance, denied energy on this planet. And I imagine a lot of things that we are attracted to is because it's something that we feel we can't. It's energy in our body. How is the attraction different in Esasani as far as if there's no resistance? Meaning that how do you come to say, this is purely something I'm excited about? Like, how is that different than how we are here on Earth?
It's not mechanically different. It's just that we don't get in the way. Okay. So the idea is that we know things are always automatically unfolding exactly as they need to, and we completely allow and accept what happens in the moment and remain in a positive state because we know that whatever happens is there to serve us. So we simply don't choose any other state. So the idea is that it still works that way with you as well, because there is only one mechanism by which that works. But it's simply that you have to recognize that and realize that you simply don't have any other choice that makes sense to you other than to stay in a state of knowing that everything that needs to come to you will come to you, and that whatever happens needs to happen for a reason, and that you use it that way and therefore extract the benefit from it. So we simply don't hold on to anything that you would call a negative or fear-based belief system.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember that those vibrations all come from belief systems. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So we understand we always have the ability to choose. It's always a choice that you can go into a negative belief system. But at this point in our evolution, it just doesn't make sense to do so. Because since we understand how reality works, the nature and structure of existence, it simply doesn't make sense to choose anything but a state of being that is representative of our passion. Because Why would we choose anything else at this point? There are still going to be challenges, but they're all exciting. They're all representative of our passion. They're all representative of what we need to grow, to learn, to expand, to become more of who we are. And we know that. Therefore, we act like we know that. That's the difference. Because remember, the language of physical reality is not words, it's physical action. If you're not actually taking action from the state of being you prefer to be in, you're not speaking the language of physical reality. Make sense?
Absolutely.
Because what you know to be true, you just do. It's in your behavior. Automatic. You don't even think about it. You don't say, well, I wonder if I believe I can walk across the room. If somebody says, could you please walk across the room? You just walk across the room because you know you can. You don't even question it. You don't think about it for a second. What you know, you do. It's in your behavior. Make sense?
Absolutely.
Does this help?
Yes.
Anything else?
Yeah, one last thing, and that is, you've mentioned how your spaceship is an extension of your consciousness.
It is a kind of physicalized, crystallized representation of our higher minds, yes.
I would like to know more about that. For example, I have this idea that where if one believes and they're connected to, say, the raw materials that create that connection to, say, a tree, metal, whatever, yes, that relationship with that could be created and crystallized, whatever that mechanism is.
It can be. Yes, it can be. It's possible. The only question is it probable based on the belief system that you might be holding on to? Is it relevant for you to experience something in that way in your life? Those are the questions. It doesn't really help to say, is it possible? Yes, anything is possible. The more precise question is it relevant or is it probable for me? Yes?
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Bashar.
And you good day.
Thank you for being here. And
well, I'm not there, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Exactly. And thank you for the transmission on Atlantis.
Yes, our pleasure.
I thought that it was very powerful and very relevant for things that are going on in my life.
Oh, all right.
And I think particularly with the increasing popularity of ayahuasca in North America, that I feel like there's a lot of Native American influence coming in.
American Indian.
American Indian.
Anyone born in the Americas is a Native American. And if you actually ask many American Indians, they prefer to be called American Indians or by their tribal names.
Okay, thanks.
The idea of your Native American label is something that has come about because of an excessiveness of political correctness in your society. Thinking that that is actually something that is politically correct, and it's not.
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion
yes.
in our society.
So, of course, did anyone actually ask the Indians?
Haven't had the opportunity yet.
All right. But you know what we're saying.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that.
Many times labels are applied to many different kinds of people on your planet without actually going to the source and finding out if that is something that they feel would actually accurately represent them. So that's all we're saying.
Okay.
And so?
Well, my first question is, can you tell me anything about the people known as Melchizedek?
You were talking about an interdimensional group?
Yes.
It is part of the collective consciousness and expresses itself as an archetype, expresses itself as a group sometimes, not always. It's sort of very roughly connected to the whole concept of council energy, higher levels of council energy, but coming through in a very specific way, a very specific translation that has to do with matching certain cultural vibrations on your planet that make sense to people who vibrate in that particular frequency. So it's a part of the collective consciousness archetypal representation or manifestation in your reality of other dimensional consciousness expressing itself through your collective consciousness in that archetypal way. Does that make sense?
Not so much, but I'll think on it.
All right. Well, simply put, there are different kinds of interdimensional groupings of consciousness that, in order to communicate something to you in your reality, have to kind of come through the way in which you understand things. And so presenting themselves as the idea of the people of Melchizedek is not necessarily the way they see themselves, but in order to get through to you and communicate to the people of the earth, at least some of them, they kind of have to take on the persona or the clay of your consciousness in a way that is represented by some of the archetypal symbols that exist in your collective consciousness, so that you will understand you are being communicated with by an other dimensional consciousness that otherwise, without those symbols being attached to it, you would have no awareness was actually attempting to communicate with you. Did that make more sense?
Yes.
It's like them putting on clothing that belongs on your world so you'll see them, so you'll understand them, coming through an archetypal representation made out of certain elements of your collective consciousness that you understand as symbols.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
They're
Great.
painting in your colors.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah.
All right. And
nice
so
of
they
you.
are connected mostly to the idea of council energy, ancient wisdom. You understand? The idea of ancient rituals that brought forth certain meditative states and certain awareness states to download certain kinds of energy from the cosmos and information from the cosmos that has to do with specific applications in your reality, that have to do with spirituality and connections to the natural world in certain ways.
Okay. Great.
So does that help?
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Yeah, I had one other question.
Yes.
A couple months ago, I went to bed with the intention of communicating with an ET race that I might be connected to. And then I remembered having a dream of flying in an airplane, and the airplane was taking off in kind of a weird way and going over the trees.
And so you finally figured out it really wasn't an airplane.
Right. When I woke up, I'm
Yes.
like, oh, yeah.
All right, but see, that's a perfect example of what we're talking about. Your physical mind understands things that are happening in slightly altered dimensions in certain ways, but it only has a certain amount of symbols to represent it by. And therefore it chose the idea of an airplane to represent being in a ship it couldn't understand.
Right.
Because that's the closest approximation it could draw from.
Right.
Yes?
Yeah.
But you understood the strangeness of it. Something didn't feel like a normal airplane.
Right.
Therefore, that should be your clue that it's not.
Right. And
It's
it
just
was.
that's the best your physical mind could make sense of.
Right. Right.
Now, remember that it does that when you wake up or just before you wake up. In other words, when it can tell you're about to awaken, it starts creating those building blocks and says, well, I've got to give him something to remember here. And so, well, all right, well, airplane's close enough.
Great.
And that is concocted just before you wake.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah. Great.
All right.
So,
Yes, and so
Could
the rest
you-
of your journey was?
well, I was just wondering if you could give me any information as to who.
It's a hybrid connection.
Okay.
Most likely Yael, but there's a mix of other things in there as we read your energy.
Okay. Great.
Will that do?
Perfect.
Pleasant dreams.
Thank you.
Now departing for parts unknown.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Hi. My name is Tiffany, and
If you insist.
I'll be honest, I got invited from my friend Baldwin, who I don't actually know of you until now. And
What a coincidence. We didn't know of you till now. See what we already have in common?
just breathing into this.
Oh, all right.
Coming in, being like, what's my question?
Yes. What was your question?
I'm just been fascinated with where I'm at and where I'm going, and it's come to my attention that I don't have much of a recollection of my past, of
That's
my
all right.
childhood.
That's because
or
you
where
keep
I've
changing
come
it.
from.
That's because you keep changing it. Do you understand that you actually change your past from your present? The past is an illusion. So is the future. The present is all that exists. And when you redefine yourself and keep redefining yourself in the present, you also change your past.
Yes.
Because since it's an illusion, the idea of being whoever you believe yourself to be in the present, from the linear space-time perspective, has to have had, from your physical logical mind, has to have had a different past in order to have become the person you now say you are. So many of you will start to forget the old pasts because they're no longer the pasts of the person you actually are now. This is one of the symptoms of the transformation of consciousness, is that you really start to understand that every time you change yourself, in every moment, you actually are creating a different past. And that sometimes what you think you remember as your past may not actually have been the past you remembered 5 minutes ago. But it will seem like it is because you're still operating within the concepts of space-time. So it has to appear to have been the past that brought you to who you are today, even though 5 minutes ago it may not have been because you were a different person then. Make sense?
Yes, a little bit. I know right now I feel like I'm constantly changing and
Well,
transforming.
you are.
Very dynamic.
But you see, you all are. You're constantly changing.
Yes.
What is happening is you are finally becoming consciously aware of the fact that you're constantly changing. Because you actually shift through billions, literally billions of parallel reality versions of yourself every second. You're becoming aware of the fact that you're doing that. And therefore you feel like you're accelerating. Even though you're always going at the same rate, becoming aware of the rate you've been going at makes it feel like you're accelerating. But the rate never changes. But your awareness of it does. Make sense?
Yes.
All right.
And how best can you prepare yourself and your body through this rapid states of
Are you aware of the
acceleration?
formula that we share with everyone?
No.
All right. Are you paying attention?
Yes.
All right. Before we give it to you, please understand that what we're about to say is literally a description of how reality works. Literally an instruction manual. It's not a philosophy. It's not a bunch of abstract concepts. This is literally a description of how reality physically works. All right?
Okay.
So, every moment you act on whatever contains your highest passion or more excitement than any other option, no matter what level it's on. As long as it contains more excitement, more attractiveness, more curiosity, more passion than any other option, no matter what that is, act on that first, to the best you can, taking it as far as you can, until you can take it no further. Then do it again with the next options that present themselves to you, whatever they may be. And you keep doing that every moment with absolutely, and I mean absolutely zero assumption or insistence on what the outcome ought to be of the actions that you're taking, how it should look, where you should wind up, what it's supposed to get you. No insistence, no assumption of what the outcome should look like. You can have a picture that represents the idea of an ideal outcome, but you can't insist on it because you don't actually know if that is really the best outcome. But your higher mind does know what the best outcome is. So drop the insistence on the picture after the picture has gotten you excited about an ideal outcome and let the true ideal outcome come. And then no matter what manifests, even if it's something that you objectively and neutrally don't prefer, not a value judgment, just recognizing it's not vibrationally compatible with you, it's not what you prefer in life, but even if that's what manifests, you remain in a positive state because you know that the only reason it would manifest is because it's there to serve you for some reason. And if you stay in a positive state, you will be able to use it in a positive way and get a positive benefit from it, no matter how it was originated, no matter what anyone else's experience with it is, no matter what anyone else's opinion about it is. You will get a positive outcome by staying in a positive state, even if what manifests is something you objectively don't prefer. If nothing else, something manifesting that you don't prefer gives you more clarity by comparison of what you do prefer, and that is a preferable way to use what you don't prefer. And that's the whole formula. You act on your passion to the best you can with no insistence on the outcome, and you remain in a positive state no matter what manifests. That formula activates all the principles in the kit, in the toolkit of passion. It becomes the driving engine of your life, moving you through life with energy. It becomes the guiding principle and the organizing principle of synchronicity, bringing everything to you in exactly perfect timing that you need. It becomes the path of least resistance, allowing you to experience your life more effortlessly. It becomes the path that connects you to all relevant expressions of your excitement in life. It becomes the path that supports you by whatever form of abundance and support you need at any given moment to allow you to continue to act on your highest excitement. And it contains the reflective mirror that shows and reveals to you whatever belief systems you may be holding on to that are out of alignment with your excitement, so that you can examine them, see that they make no sense to hold on to, let them go, and add that energy to the momentum of your excitement in life. And therefore, suddenly discovering something that is out of alignment with your excitement while you're acting on your excitement is part of your excitement, not an interruption in it or an obstacle to it. That's the entire instruction manual, in a nutshell, as you say, on Earth. We can and have spent years delving into the details of each of those instructions so that it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer to all of you, but there are no more instructions in the instruction manual, and it is absolutely no different than handing you an instruction manual as to how to operate a piece of machinery on your planet. If you follow the instructions, the machine will work to your benefit as advertised, as designed. The machine may still work, but if you don't follow the instructions, you may injure yourself. So just follow the instructions. That's all you have to do. We give you the instruction manual. It's completely reduced and encapsulated as an observation we have experienced for thousands of years of how reality is structured. Here it is on a silver platter. Just open it, follow the instructions, and you'll be fine. Guaranteed, because it's not our guarantee. It's the guarantee of the nature of existence, because that's what we're describing to you. We're actually just literally describing to you what we see as the structure of existence from our evolutionary experience. Is this helping?
Yes. As you were speaking, I just felt so much vibration.
Yes.
In my root, in my sacral chakra.
We are
kept moving,
always giving off our frequency through the channel's electromagnetic field, but what you're feeling is your own energy attempting to match that frequency and feeling your own energy rising up.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you for that transmission.
You are very welcome. Anything else? Or do you feel you have what you need at the moment to absorb?
I have what I need.
All right.
And I just have another question around dragons.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think about dragons? That's my last question.
Well, as we said, there are different ways to interpret the idea of the concept you call a dragon.
Okay.
Now, it is over time recognized that there are certain interdimensional beings that sometimes interact with your reality, and as we said earlier, have to draw certain symbols from your archetypal storehouse in order for them to have any kind of an appearance in your reality. The idea of the beings that you recognize as dragons symbolically are representative of very powerful ancient wisdom of the cosmos. And therefore, that's how they represent themselves in your reality, in your stories of yourself. So they are interdimensional beings that are taking on the clothing and the appearance of these kinds of beings you call dragons to represent themselves and communicate with you in your reality.
Cool. Thank you.
And sometimes they can be hot too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. We will allow you to fiddle with your technology.
Okay. My name is Karen.
Have they fiddled enough?
I hope they
Have they fiddled enough?
No. Oh. More fiddling to happen. Okay. Oh. We're waiting. I guess we need some hold music or something right now.
Would you care to sing us some?
Where is love? Does it fall from skies above? Is it underneath the willow tree that I am dreaming of? Where is he who I close my eyes to see? Will I ever know the sweet hello that's meant for only me? Every night I need...
Stop. How's your fiddling? Yes. You're still fiddling.
We're fiddling. Oh. Choosing a temperature? Thank you.
The answer to the question that you ended with in the song is yes.
Yes?
Yes. Do you remember the question?
I remember the question.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your serenade.
Thank you for asking me. I didn't know I was ready to serenade.
Yes.
You talked about Atlantis coming back, both physically and as a
Physically in the
concept or an
sense of being
idea?
rebuilt, yes.
Is it going to be soon? Would it be a place where we can actually go to? How long
As I
do we have to
said,
wait?
most likely you will find that elements of Atlantis will be rebuilt in the North Central, South American areas, as well as in some European areas and African areas and Mediterranean areas. It will be rebuilt physically, and you can go to those physically, eventually, in the years to come.
Did you have a lifetime there?
In the classic idea of reincarnation, the answer would be yes. But the idea, of course, is that reincarnation, in a sense, doesn't actually operate in the way that many people on your planet think. Because everything exists all at once. Time's an illusion. Therefore, all people are all existing right now. No one has ever been anyone else. No one ever becomes anyone else. But you make connections energetically to people in what you call different time periods. And by making those energetic conscious connections, you download information and experiences from them that you interpret as memories of having been them, which you never have been. But therefore, you can create an experience of reincarnation, but that's not a description of the actual mechanism at work. Does that make sense?
Does that mean we've never been those other places?
Correct. You are this person. You are this person. The people in Atlantis are the people in Atlantis, and they exist right now alongside you, even though you can't see them, because they're on a different vibrational frequency, because everything exists now, all at once. All of existence exists now. So you as a person have never been there. But as an extension of the oversoul that you are, another extension of the same oversoul you're connected to has an incarnation in Atlantis. That's how that works. So you are feeling the connection through the oversoul's projection of these two incarnational lives that go on simultaneously. From the oversoul's perspective, both lives are happening at the same time. But from your perspective, you have your life, that person has their life, and you are making a connection for some reason to download information and experience that helps you in this life, as they may be doing the same with you to help them in their life. So you can create this experience. A soul can experience the idea of, I used to be this person, now I'm this person, and I can be another person. It can create a linear experience that you describe as the experience of reincarnation, but that only happens from a particular perspective or point of view. The truth is, that's not really what's happening as a mechanism, because everything already exists and everyone already exists at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So, big difference between the description of an experience and the description of the actual mechanism creating the experience. This is one of the things that we are offering many of you in this new age on your planet, is how to know the difference between the description of an experience and the description of the actual mechanism creating it, so that you can streamline your definitions and not get caught up in outdated or old-fashioned definitions of things that can be misleading as to how things actually work in reality. So when you know the difference between the experience and the mechanism, you can have all the experiences you wish, and they can be presented in any way that you wish, and you can learn from them as you need to learn from them. But nevertheless, the mechanism is different than the experience. Make sense?
Yes.
Does this help?
Yeah, it does.
All right. This is why you've heard those tales of this person saying, I was Julius Caesar. No, I was Julius Caesar. No, I was Julius Caesar. Or I was Cleopatra. No, I was Cleopatra. No, I was Cleopatra. They could all be telling the truth in the sense that because everything exists at once, many different people all at once can create energetic connections to the actual person known as Cleopatra and interpret that connection as a memory, as if they actually were her. That's why that's even possible, is because you all exist at the same time. If Cleopatra actually existed in the past, you would never be able to reach her, because the past would really be a separate place. But there is no past. It's another present going on at the same time. We often use the idea on your planet to illustrate this of the television analogy. You're watching a program on a particular channel. You know that at the same time, hundreds of other programs are also running simultaneously, but you don't see them. You're not tuned to that channel. But if you did change the channel, you would see another program knowing that the one you were just watching is still running somewhere. You're just not watching it anymore. So reality is kind of structured that way. All the programs exist now, and you have to change your channel in order to tap into getting a different story or a different perspective or a different experience. But that doesn't mean that you become someone else. Of course, it also depends on what level you're coming from when you say you. Because as we described, if you're coming from the personality, physical level, then you have never been someone living in Atlantis. But the oversoul of you can say, I am the person living in Atlantis. I am the person living in Los Angeles. Because they are both simultaneously, because they are from where those extensions are coming. Just as when you keep going up that scale, it makes sense then when you understand that all that is, God, Goddess, whatever you want to call it, is everything, experiencing everything simultaneously. It is all that is on that level, from that perspective. Make sense?
Yeah.
Does this help?
Yeah, it helps.
Anything else?
Are you one being or a collective?
I myself am an individual male of my extraterrestrial civilization, but there are many of us on my planet. Mm-hmm. This is a telepathic connection with the channel. Now, we are, in our evolution, what we call quasi-physical. We are approaching non-physicality. Therefore, we have some of the traits of spirit while still retaining some of the traits of physical beings. But if we landed on your planet by shifting to your reality, you would be able to see us as physical beings. Mm-hmm. And you would be able to see us as individuals. Even though we are, amongst ourselves, telepathically connected. Did that answer that question?
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm very happy to talk to you at this moment.
And we are ecstatic to speak with you.
Thank you. So I want to start from the end, which is...
You want to start from the end?
From the end, meaning some information you just now gave.
Yes.
I'm a bit discombobulated here.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Perfect state to learn something new. Discombobulation.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. So if the Atlantis, you mentioned you cannot be those who were because they exist right now. Yes. In the present, because everything is in the present.
Yes.
Yet in your 15-minute teaching, you spoke of rising, Atlantis
of
rising.
Course, we have to communicate to you in your language and in your concepts for you to have something to make sense of. But even though we may use your language of past, present, and future, doesn't mean that that's an actual description of the mechanism. Doesn't mean that's an actual description of existence. It's just a convenient way to get an idea across to you in your language, in your reality. So yes, of course, we will use colloquial language in your society to make a point. But don't let that fool you, and don't let that make you forget what we're explaining about the underlying mechanism.
So does it mean that the conscious will be imprinted or affecting us as we are here now?
Only if you make a connection to be affected. That's how the effect happens. You have to agree to connect vibrationally with something in order to create an effect in your life. Nothing can affect you if you don't match the frequency.
So I'll take it back to the question, what does it mean, arise Atlantis?
It means that you, and many of you, are choosing a particular path that will, in a sense, rebirth the same kind of energy, the same kind of vibration, the same kind of reality that many Atlanteans also experience, in order to express it in your reality in a way that you prefer, in a way that represents your ability to create a beautiful, creative, loving, and peaceful society. And therefore, colloquially, that can be referred to as a rebirth of Atlantis, because that's what you're taking your cue from.
Beautiful, I understand. Yes. I understand it.
Yes.
So I'll take one step into the mechanism versus experience.
Yes.
So you mean the mechanism is the entity who have been an expression of some sort, and if I link to that entity or their consciousness,
yes,
that is the experience.
Then an experience results from that linkage.
So the mechanism is?
The mechanism is your ability to link. The mechanism is based on the fact that everything exists all at once, and that you can link to anything because everything is right here, right now. And when you make the linkage, you're matching a frequency, and by matching a frequency, you're generating a particular experiential perspective. But the experience might be interpreted very differently than what the mechanism is that you're using, because you might be interpreting it through your particular perspective of space-time and reality. Mm-hmm. So you might be coloring it.
Yeah.
For example, again, if someone functions telepathically with someone else, often in your reality you say, well, that person is reading their mind. That's the way it feels. That's the way a description of an experience feels in your particular reality. I'm reading their mind. But you're not reading their mind. You are matching their frequency and having the same thoughts at the same time as they are in your mind. You're mirroring their mind, not reading their mind. You're just reading your mind because you were so adept at mirroring theirs by matching their frequency. That's how telepathy works. Mm-hmm. So the mechanism is very different than the way people on your planet often describe the experience. The experience feels like I'm reading your mind. But that's a description of something that's not actually happening. The mechanism is that you're matching their frequency and mirroring their mind. And then for just reading your own mind. Because you're having the same thoughts.
I understand. That's magnificent.
Yes,
it's a
that's
concept that was not existing in most of our minds until I start hearing it from you.
Yes.
So it's beautiful. It's
Yes.
a hope.
It's simple.
Yeah.
It's understanding the nature and structure of existence. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And when you understand the nature and structure of existence, all of your confusion and your questions are answered because you can relate it to the structure. Go, does this make sense according to the structure? Yes, no. This part does, this part, that must be an old-fashioned interpretation. Mm-hmm. So the framework, the structure, allows you to filter and let go of outdated definitions and streamline them into what you call your 21st century understanding of how things work.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Does that help?
It does. Beautiful. Thank you for that.
You are very welcome. Is there something else?
Yes. So you described the Sasani people to be much more in a higher frequency, and therefore that's why you don't come face to face with us?
For now, yes, you have to raise your frequency for us to be a little bit more vibrationally compatible with you so we don't, by exposing you to our energy, burn you out.
So I know I'm still thinking linearly, but I would like to bring it up, so I hopefully will change that. Yay. So here's Darryl, who's channeling or connecting with you so you can deliver a message.
Yes.
Then there is Willa, who is 700 years
in the future,
upline, what she
Earth.
calls, right.
Yes.
So you're such an evolution, and she's also an evolution, and yet you're here. So I'm thinking linearly, and it looks like, oh my God, it will be so long until we get to that place.
No, not necessarily.
And yet, right. So I would like to connect those dots to see where is, it's a soup right now. It's all mixed, and yet it's a soup.
I assume it's tasty?
It could be, if I make sense out
all
of
right.
it.
Well, first of all, recognize the difference in frequencies between myself and Willa. Willa is of Earth. I am not. I'm in another dimension altogether that operates 10 times faster than yours. Mm-hmm. She lives on Earth, and even though the frequency of Earth 700 years in the future is a little higher than it is now, she's still of Earth. She's still relatable to you, in a way. Without the idea of us creating an experience of incarnation on your planet to learn what your society is like, I would be too alien to you, and you would be too alien to me. So having incarnations as experiences on your planet, such as the channel being my quote-unquote past self, allows me to absorb the information I need to understand your society sufficiently to have these conversations. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't happen. We'd be too different.
So why would you, it's a rhetoric question, why would you come forth if you're such a distance in frequency? I wanted to say it's almost unrealistic, though your message is beautiful. And
we make contact with new civilizations. This is one of the ways. I'm a first contact specialist.
Yeah.
This is how we initiate contact when civilizations open themselves up and send out an energetic invitation. So the fact that we're talking to you is because of all of you. You invited us. We answered the invitation. Here we are. So it's not really unrealistic any more than you sending out a party invitation and somebody RSVPing.
Yeah.
Here we are. We've come to the party. You invited us. Should we go home?
Nope. You're very welcome to be
All
here.
right, then.
It's very welcoming.
It's
yes.
realistic, isn't it?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
it
it
doesn't
is.
matter that we're from some other dimension. I specifically do this as my passion with other civilizations, including yours. So therefore, what you have gotten is someone whose job it is, in a sense, to contact civilizations who begin to open to encountering extraterrestrial consciousness. So it's not surprising. This is the time. Aren't you seeing, even in your own society, the idea of people opening up to the idea that you're discovering all sorts of other planets around other stars and going, well, there's got to be someone else out there. Well, here we are.
Yes.
At least one of us. And there are many more that you will encounter over time. Don't be impatient. Stay in the present.
Yeah.
That's where everything will happen.
Yeah.
Now, do remember, as has been said, though you may not have completely understood it when it was announced, what you call tomorrow night of your time, we will be talking about the idea of an opportunity to get a little closer. Midnight under the hunter's moon is a period and a vortex of heightened activity. We're not making any promises, but we are telling you, as many people have requested, can we start to really see some things? Can we start to feel some things? Can we interact a little more closely? The potential and the possibility and probability and relevance of that will happen in the time and place that we're going to designate in tomorrow's transmission. So if you want to heighten the vibration, if you want to open up the doorway to more opportunity to interacting physiologically and in other ways with different forms of extraterrestrial consciousness, we would suggest, but not insist, that you might want to take advantage of the where and the when of the invitation we're going to send you tomorrow night.
Beautiful.
All right?
Beautiful.
All right.
So I would end with one
Yes.
one little item here.
Yes.
So recently, when I speak a sentence, all of a sudden I get stuck without the word. The word is right there holographically in my mind,
Yes.
but it just doesn't come out. And
Then stop.
I do stop,
All right.
and then it comes.
Exactly. Because you stop trying to get it.
But it's kind of disturbing to
Why?
know that in the middle of a sentence.
So
they
what? Who cares?
I do.
Why?
Because I get the look.
So
You know,
what?
it's-
I guarantee you, whether you finish the sentence or not, you're going to get looks. Because you are getting stranger and stranger and stranger
You
as
can
you
say
expand
that
your
again.
consciousness.
Yeah.
So you're still going to get looks whether you finish your sentences or interrupt them or not. So
Yeah.
you might as well just go with the flow. There's a reason for it. Just go with the flow and you'll see.
Beautiful. I accept it. But with that, so I was troubled by that fact.
Yes.
I go to sleep and I lay down in bed and talking to myself and calling forth to whoever can help me.
Yes.
Perhaps if anything wrong with the brain to...
Nothing is wrong with your brain. We're scanning you right now. There's nothing wrong with your brain. You're doing fine. Relax.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love you. Thank you.
I love you too. The only thing wrong with your brain is that you think there's something wrong with your brain.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
I'm Tristan. Nice to meet you.
And you as well.
So my first question is, earlier this year, I went through a period where I relied heavily, or I thought I needed to use psychedelic substance to gain some sort of spiritual
All right, such
knowledge
as?
and
Such as?
like deeper understandings.
No,
or
which
higher,
substances?
DMT, smoking DMT.
All right. And so, what did you learn? What did you experience?
I experienced that it was irrelevant, and I found that I went outside of myself to get something.
Yes.
And at the end of it, I realized a lot of what I think interpreted as knowledge or wisdom that would help me out is just irrelevant and maybe illusion and things that aren't true. So I was wondering.
All right. Well, then the teacher taught you something, didn't it?
Yeah.
It gave you a perspective that allowed you to open up to that understanding.
Right.
Well, there you go.
And so, is there a way I could go into what I potentially took in as truth that is not truth and is really an illusion to gain back more truth and go back into where it may have damaged me somehow.
No, it hasn't damaged you.
Okay.
Understand, the natural teachers of the earth, the things that the earth provides, the things that are in your body, like DMT, which is produced by your pineal gland naturally, are there to act as teachers to allow you to experience certain altered states that allow you to open up to receive different kinds of information. The idea, of course, is that, as you have discovered, you don't necessarily need to keep using them. One of the things the teacher is teaching you is that eventually you can simply create whatever state you need by yourself without the teacher, in much the same way that when you graduate from kindergarten, you don't need a kindergarten teacher anymore. You need different teachers. But you have learned a profound lesson. First of all, physical reality is all an illusion. But the idea is that it's your illusion. It's your illusion for your purposes, your reflection, like a reflection in a mirror for you to use as a course-correcting, guiding mechanism so that if you see something that you determine is out of alignment with who you prefer to be, you can course-correct. You can bring yourself back into alignment. So that's why you create the illusion of physical reality, to discover something new about yourself from a new perspective that you couldn't discover in the same way in another way.
Right.
So continue to follow the formula of acting on your passion, knowing the difference between passion and anxiety. You have to have honesty in your discernment about whether you are actually anxious and disguising your anxiety as excitement as an excuse to keep doing it, or whether it is truly something that is representative of your excitement. But once you're clear on that, then whatever really does attract you with your passion, your excitement, your creativity, curiosity, act on it to the best you can with no insistence on the outcome. Remain in a positive state no matter what manifests, and you'll be following the formula, and the tools that go with it will automatically serve you. That's all you have to do. It's all you have to do to live a full life, a fulfilled life. Because if you do that, you will get everything you need. It may not be everything anyone wants, because sometimes your wants may coincide with your needs, but sometimes they don't, because they might come from belief systems that are out of alignment with you. Well, I want this. I really do need that. And you may not. But what you truly need in life, what synchronicity as the organizing principle will always bring to you, will fulfill you. Will fulfill you. Just let it. You don't have to make it. Just let it happen. Just let it unfold by following your passion with no insistence on the outcome. Because, see, the truth is that insisting on a particular outcome, thinking that you know what the best outcome is, you don't. You have to finally realize you have no idea what the best outcome actually would be. Yes, we understand. Sometimes the outcome does seem to appear exactly as you imagined it, but don't rely on that. Because you don't know that the next time the higher mind might have something very different in mind that would actually be better than your physical mind was capable of imagining. So why insist on something that might actually limit you from experiencing something so much better that your higher mind could give you? Why insist? Don't. Just let it happen. The higher mind knows what you need, and what you need will fulfill you. Is this making some sense?
Yeah.
Is this helping?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah. So, thank you. My next question is,
yes,
the times in my life where I felt in the highest frequency and vibration and the most in alignment, and I felt amazing, so expanded.
Yes.
It's like I wasn't balanced enough, and then it fell off eventually. So what was it?
Then you changed your frequency. You cannot, in a sense, experience imbalance from a heightened frequency state. You actually have to leave that frequency to suddenly experience imbalance. So you gave yourself a lesson not to leave that frequency. You cannot have the imbalance experience in the heightened frequency. That simply doesn't work as a definition. You cannot experience what you're not the vibration of. And conversely, you can only experience what you are the vibration of. So if you experience what feels like an imbalance, then you have made a change in your frequency in order to experience that. then you just ask yourself, well, why would I choose to experience that? Am I making some kind of contrast or comparison here that teaches me something? Why would I choose to experience the idea of imbalance by having also experienced a very heightened state? What am I learning from having chosen that? Do I have a belief system within me that allows me to believe that I can't maintain a heightened state of bliss, that I have to experience the idea of imbalance? Let me examine that. Let me explore myself. Let me investigate with honesty and discernment. Maybe that's why you did it, so that you could know the difference. But it's not an accident, and you can't experience one thing that is not commensurate with the vibration of another thing. It's just not physically possible. Yes?
Yeah.
Does this help?
Yeah.
Do you find this illuminating?
Yes.
All right.
I do.
Does that help you then? Do you have what you need, or is there something else?
Yeah. Just my last question I'm curious about is that I heard that during this month of October, it's going to be a very big month, and that the amount of information we can process, I heard of it as data points, like, or the amount of data points we could process is increasing, and we're processing more and more
in a
reality.
Sense, did I not already mention that I was going to tell you about the location and timing of midnight under the hunter's moon? Yeah. Where something will open up, where more things may be probable?
Wow.
Well, then tune in for the transmission.
Okay.
And I will tell you where and when and how.
Okay.
All right?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
I'm confused.
Perfect.
I'm super confused.
Co-fused. Examining two things that may seem to be opposites, but perhaps somewhere in the middle they meet.
Okay, so...
You are in the process of creating a third reality then, out of the other two. An overlap, a Venn diagram, a vesica piscis.
I'm still confused.
I know.
You know.
But that's all right.
Okay.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah. I am an artist.
Oh, all right.
And
Don't
I was
seem confused about that.
Yeah. Also, because I was lucky enough to always work on my passion since I was a child. Because
that's not luck.
No.
That's a choice.
Oh, I always thought it was luck. I was
luck
lucky.
is you making choices that are in alignment with who you are. That's what luck is. So, luck is the experience. Remember we talked about the idea of the difference between an experience and how an experience feels and the mechanism that creates it?
Yeah.
So when you make choices that are in alignment with who you prefer to be, who you really are, it feels lucky. But you're making choices.
Yeah, so I chose to be an artist when I was 5.
Yes.
With my dad.
Yes.
And because I was acting, now I understand this, I was acting on my passion.
Thank you.
So effortless that it brought me here. Don't ask me how. It's like,
oh, I wasn't about to.
Okay, before you do. It's like, I came from a small town back in Brazil.
Yes.
They don't even know, like I didn't know that Hollywood was a city. And when I tell people back in my place that I live in Hollywood, they all think that I live in a movie set or whatever.
Well, you kind of do.
I kind of do, right?
Since physical reality is sort of like a movie set, since it's not really real.
Kinda, yeah, I understand that.
All right.
And now I can see so many opportunities for my career that I never even thought it could exist. And somehow I'm afraid and I'm blocked. I don't understand if I am afraid or if I don't want to be an artist anymore.
All right. Okay. When you come upon those moments, it's not a block, it's an opportunity to stop and look to see what belief systems you're buying into that are really fundamental belief systems within you that may be telling you that you are out of alignment, or maybe telling you it's time to do something else. But there is a way to tell the difference. Now, I'm going to give you some simple ways first.
I need that.
Yes? Do you have a coin?
No, I don't. Yeah. Hold on, Bashar. Here.
The coin is for you.
Okay. I thought you were asking.
All right. Now,
Okay.
create the two choices. I will continue to be an artist. I will do something else in your head. Yes? A, or heads, continue to be an artist. B, or tails, do something else. Yes?
Okay.
Now, flip the coin and see what comes up. Don't look at it yet. Have you done it?
I have.
You've covered it? All right. Now, when you expose whichever side, heads or tails, has come up, what is your immediate reaction or response? Look at the coin. What is it?
It's the head.
Continuing as an artist,
Yeah.
what's the immediate energetic response within you?
It's like, obviously.
Obviously?
Yeah.
So it feels like you.
It feels like me.
Had it come up tails, how would you have felt?
Like I'm failing.
Like you're failing, which means it's not your path.
Which means that I didn't make it.
Didn't make what?
Whatever I don't know.
Yes, you do. Come on. Didn't make what?
What I was supposed to be doing. Being
So
an
you mean
artist.
that if it came up and said that you would do something other than art, you would feel like you are not doing what
I'm
you're supposed to be
betraying myself.
doing? All right. Then does that tell you something?
Yeah.
What does it tell you?
That I am an artist.
Thank you. See how simple that was?
Very simple.
Now, here's the other side of that coin. If you find that there are two different things that seem equally passionate, that you have equal ability to act on, and you flip a coin and it doesn't seem to make a difference, then it doesn't matter which path you take, because if one of those paths actually isn't truly you and you are open to the idea of being truly you, synchronicity, remember that tool, as the organizing principle, will turn you around to the other path that is you. So it's an automatic, self-guiding system. You can't get lost as long as you are willing to be open to being truly you. You can't get lost. You can't walk down a path that isn't you.
Okay.
Is this helping?
Yeah, kinda. So
Kinda.
why I'm afraid.
All right, but now we go to that part. What are you afraid will happen if you continue your art to be yourself? What are you afraid might happen?
I'm not really afraid of what is gonna happen. I'm afraid of acting on it.
But you already said you do act on it.
Yeah.
So what's different between the actions you've already taken as an artist and the actions you imagine you would take from this point forward? What difference are you making in those actions?
Yeah.
Well, answer the question. What difference is there that you're making?
It's because the opportunities are bigger than I
And you
have-
believe
that I
that
had before.
opportunities can come to you that are bigger than you can handle?
Yeah.
Does that make sense in the universe?
Yeah, completely.
Does
Now,
it?
in me, no.
No,
in
it
the universe,
doesn't.
It doesn't.
Therefore, why would the universe do pointless things? Why would synchronicity, being the perfect, automatic, guiding principle, bring you something you couldn't handle? Why would that serve your purposes?
Yeah.
The only purpose it would serve is to fulfill the idea, if you wish to fulfill the idea, that you're just not good enough, that you're just not clever enough, that you're just not imaginative enough, that you're just not worthy. That would be the only reason that that would be attracted to you, would be to reveal to you that you have that belief about yourself. But if you don't have that belief about yourself because you know you've been an artist all your life up to this point, then you know that synchronicity would only bring you things that would allow you to use your imagination and your cleverness and your smarts and your creativity to continue to figure out ways in which to handle and equal the challenges that come, no matter how big they are. It's 1-to-1. It's never more. It's 1-to-1 in that sense. You are given exactly what you're equal to. You may not immediately know how you're equal to it, but that's the challenge of using your imagination and creativity to figure out a way, a path for you that works to meet the challenge, which is telling you by showing up that you are this big. Now figure out how you're this big. Come to terms with the fact that you're this big. That's what it's telling you by showing up. This is really how big you are. Use your imagination to figure out how you can express being that big. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yes?
Yes.
Is this helping?
A lot.
All right.
Thank you. I have one more question.
Yes.
Because although everything you say makes sense for me, perfect sense for me, and
But there's
what
a but
I believe,
here, yes?
Yeah, I believe it's always in my life. But
Yes.
every time when I talk about you to my friends and family, my boyfriend, they think I'm crazy.
Well, you are crazy.
Yeah.
But what's wrong with that? You're an artist. You have to be crazy. And by the way, you don't have to talk about us. What makes you think you have to talk about us? It's all right if you're passionate about sharing your experiences, that's fine. But you also understand that there are going to be a lot of people that simply aren't your audience. And that's okay.
That's okay.
And then you can realize, all right, well, that's not for you. I'll share it maybe with someone else who would be excited about it. But it's not like you have to. Just be an artist.
Okay.
Yes?
Thank you so much.
Does that help you?
A lot. Thank you.
All right. Good day. What you have to say will come out in your art, maybe in a form that they understand.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
So I have a question for you about channeling, and I
Yes.
thought you might be a good person to ask about that.
Oh, all right, maybe so. I might know a thing or two.
So just to give a little bit of context, my experience with channeling,
Yes.
I feel like in a way I have tapped into, I think we all have tapped into channeling states.
Of course,
throughout
it's a
our
natural
life.
state that all of you experience from time to time.
Right. And so I would say, though, last year while I was living in Bali, I feel like that was when I realized consciously
Yes.
that I was really accessing these different states that I was channeling.
All right.
And so...
Do remember that channeling doesn't mean you have to bring through another entity.
Right. So I actually don't feel, or at least my experience hasn't ever felt like I'm channeling another entity.
All right.
Since you bring that up, actually, I wasn't going to ask this, but it does feel present right now.
Yes.
It hasn't even really been something I've been concerned about, but I guess I am just kind of curious, like what I might be channeling. I haven't really questioned
More of
it.
Yourself.
Okay. Yeah, that resonates.
Yes. Remember, the channeling state is an actual brain state called gamma, between 40 and 100 cycles per second in the brain. And this is why we encourage you to act on your passion. Anytime you are in a state where you're acting on your passion, you're in a channeling state. It's absolutely natural. You all do it from time to time. The point is, do it more often. Be yourself. Live in that state. Yes?
Yes. So that leads perfectly into my question, because
how
so far
synchronous.
since then, I've had a series of different channeling experiences. All of them have been very powerful.
Yes.
And healing, and just like, I'm like, yes, I want more of this.
Well, that's what happens when you allow yourself to become more of who you actually are.
Yes. And so the question is just like, aside from, I guess, following my passion and having the intention to be more of myself, if you have any, I don't know, practical...
Are you asking me if there is something more than the instruction manual I told you was the complete instruction manual? Are you asking me if there are more instructions when we already said there aren't? May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is it too simple for you?
Probably.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
why do you prefer to make it more difficult? Why do you prefer to overthink it instead of going, I guess it actually could be that simple? Why? Why make it more complicated than it needs to be? Acting on your passion, whatever that means at any given moment, to the best you can, with no insistence, no assumption as to what the outcome ought to be, remaining in a positive state no matter what manifests. Why should it be more complicated than that?
I think it's just my belief systems still have this.
Yes.
This.
If it's not more complicated, what does your belief system say? It's not working. It's not capable of doing it. What is your belief system saying about the simplicity of it? What don't you believe to be true? Now, remember, of course, I'm not insisting that you must believe it. All you have to do is use it and prove it to yourself. We're not talking about anything that can't be applied in your physical reality that would then give you an effect. Of course it will. But the idea is that you have to prove it to yourself, not just because we tell you it works. You have to see that it works. But what is it that needs to be more complicated about it that you will allow yourself to believe that it might work? What do you have to add to it? Butter, salt, something else? To make it more tasty?
Yeah, that's landing.
All right. The things you're adding are fine if you understand that what you're adding is nothing more than what we call permission slips. You understand what we say about that?
Yeah.
It's something, a ritual, a tool, a technique that you believe you need in order to give yourself permission to be more of who you are. It's fine to attach and use permission slips on the formula. Just understand that that's what you're doing to make it more palatable to you. I need to do it this way. My belief system says if I don't do it this way, it won't work as well. Well, fine. Then do it that way. But that doesn't mean there's more to the formula. The only thing you're adding is permission slips. That's the only other addition.
Right.
But that's up to you, and that's personal. Whatever works for you is your permission slip. And it might change. That's why the core remains the same. But you can surround it with 10 million permission slips throughout your life. That's okay. That's up to you. But the core never changes. The core is simple.
Right. Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
I'm just thinking back like on my experiences when I have tapped into these states and
yes.
And yeah, I guess it has just felt pretty random, and I'm trying to be more intentional about it and like being able to tap into it more on demand.
Well, wait a minute. You're very close to the line of insistence.
Yeah.
You're not trusting that the path may be somewhat meandering. And that might be your path. You're calling it random. But the idea is that it might be taking you on a little bit of a winding path, because that is actually the path that will lead you to connect to things you need on that journey. Instead of saying, well, it's got to happen now. It's got to happen now. It's got to happen this way. It's got to happen faster. It's got to happen on a shorter path. If the shorter path is not your path, you're going to experience a lot of resistance on it, and it will actually be the slower path than the longer winding path that is actually the path of least resistance, which you will actually travel much faster on because there's no resistance. So don't be fooled by the idea of space and time. Follow your path. Follow the thread of excitement. Don't be impatient, because if you're impatient, that means you're not living in the present, and the present is the only place that anything can happen because it's all there is. So if you're looking for this or that outside the present of what's happening now, then you are not here to receive what you could be receiving. You're not paying attention to what's right here for you that you could use to your advantage. Because only when you use up, to put it this way, only when you use up what's right here, right now, do you make room for something else to come in. If you're out searching for something else other than what's going on in the present, you're not home to receive what's being mailed to you. Nothing. I will underline and underscore this as many times as you wish. There is nothing more important than what's happening now, and nowhere more important that you need to be than here and now with what's happening. Nothing is more important than what's happening now, and there is nowhere more important you need to be than here and now with what's happening. That's where everything is that will fulfill you. Right here, right now. Don't invalidate it. Because when you invalidate what is, you don't make room for what could be to come in. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help?
Yes. This is very helpful. I think
yes.
The last piece maybe around this conversation of channeling for me and where the insistence, I think, comes from is because I'm wanting to use this, just like you are channeling tonight and being of service to all of us here, and so wanting to use this for service, and that's where it's like sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not.
Yes, but you are always here, and just by being yourself, that's how you're of service to others, whether you know it or not. You don't always have to know you're being of service, do you?
No.
Just walking down the street, being yourself, smiling, radiating happiness and fulfillment. How do you know that some other person walking down the street won't just observe you and go, I want to be like that person. How is that person doing that? That person makes me feel so much better today. I was having a lousy day, but now seeing that person smile, you've changed my day, and you never even meet that person. How do you know you're not being of service just by being yourself? Don't think it has to look a certain way. Don't think you even have to know about it. You are being your service when you are you. Because being you is your purpose in life. And when you are being you, you have no idea how many other people you're affecting. You may never know. But you do know you are doing what you need to do to be of service by being you. That's the only way you can be of service, just by being you. If you're someone else, how can you be of service to anyone? Because you're not there. Or you're not here, more specifically, for them to find. So, trust the unfoldment of your path and know that every step along the way that you are being authentically you, you are being of service whether you know it or not. You don't have to know everything to know you're being of service. Does that help?
Very much. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Just as you were being of service by even asking your questions, because there are others who are learning from the exchange between us. And that was just you being you.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Perfect. And you?
Wonderful.
All right.
I had a question about Atlantean stuff.
Yes, Atlantean stuff.
The Atlantean hypnosis.
There's a big box of Atlantean stuff.
Let's open the lid.
Yes.
Let's do it.
All right. What would you like to know?
So you often talk about Atlantean hypnosis technologies and the drum technologies.
Yes.
And what kind of skin did they make their drums out of in those days, and what proportions and whatnot?
It is more literally the idea of hollowed out logs, not skins.
Logs. Can you elaborate on that, please?
You don't know what a log is?
I do know what a log is, Bashar. So hollowed out logs, but like, what do you mean? What like, would they tap it with their hands or?
No, they could tap with sticks. You know what a stick is, right?
Stick. How would you say stick in Atlantean, Bashar?
That vocabulary is not within the channel's mind, where there's no translation for us to come through.
So there's no like syntax we could open up from Atlantean language, like Tai Chi or community. Any beautiful words like that?
Again, the words, the vocabulary has to be in the channel's mind for there to be a translation on this end and for us to translate through to you. There has to be something that represents it. The closest thing at this point that represents it is the word stick.
Awesome. And so with sticks and a hollowed out log, and would that be in a temple of certain proportions?
Yes, it often could be. It doesn't have to be, but it could be.
Okay, so it could also be done in nature outside?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I'm really into this idea of the science of the obvious and making things really evident where we as humans plummeted ourselves in this idea of limitation and separation, where we make the most simple of ideas most complex.
Yes. Now, watch, because don't automatically assume that limitation is negative.
No, not at all.
All right.
Yeah, I love exploring limitations so
All
much.
right.
So
the idea is, of course, you are imposing limitations on yourself to even have a physical experience.
Yes.
Therefore, you're using it in a positive way.
Yes. So we must have some kind of resistance for some kind of existence.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
It's simply something that you've chosen to do because it's an exciting experience that will allow you to discover something new about yourself from a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you had to impose certain limitations on your self-awareness in order to have a limited experience that would give you a new perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a very positive thing if done that way. That's all we're saying, is don't automatically assume the word in your language, limitation, is automatically a negative thing or a negative experience.
Not at all.
All right.
Yeah, because...
so back to your sticks.
Yeah, back to the sticks. So the idea of getting in this hypnotic journey
yes.
with the drums
yes.
is that's kind of basic of what we're doing today. There's nothing special that they were doing different.
Well, only in the sense that they understood specifically that they had to match the person's heartbeat first.
Yes.
So that there would be a synchronization, and then they would start to slow the drum beat down very slowly, very imperceptibly almost, until the person fell into the hypnotic state by their heart following the drum beat, once they were entrained to match its frequency.
So that's a two-way conjunction.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a dialogue of rhythms, of vibrations.
And beautiful, and through that soothed state brings on the hypnotic journey.
Yes.
So our idea of hypnosis is akin to theirs, or is there
It's
some
similar.
Specific structures that might be different, that might be a big leverage
similar.
difference?
They would then create certain kinds of information using certain vibrational words and tones, maybe even sometimes in song, to impart the information. But mostly what they would do would be to tell story, because they understood that story structure is embedded in your psyche. And therefore, by telling information in the form of a story, it is more easily retained, especially from the hypnotic state. It can actually unlock you from one perspective of reality into a completely different perspective of reality if done with artistry, which they did.
Beautiful.
So in other words, they allowed through story and the drum beats and the hypnotic state, perhaps in teaching, let's say, for example, someone about the idea of sailing ships, you would become the sail. You would become the mast. You would experience the wind in the hypnotic state. By the time you came out of it, you would innately in your body understand exactly what to do to operate a sailing ship, because you would have been one in your experience in the way they induced the story through your story structure psyche. You would have been on a voyage as a sailing ship, not only as a sailor, but as the ship, as the wind, as the sea, as the gulls, as the entire experience. It would be literally in your bones by the time you came out of it.
Wow, that is deep.
It is.
And that
didn't necessarily happen in one session.
Yes.
Don't misunderstand.
Okay.
But the artistry was to entrain in a way that it was simply infused within the cells of the person in a very, very natural way, so that they just really, as you would say, got it.
Beautiful.
It became them, they became it.
Yes, totally entrained.
Yeah.
And was this the main center point of Atlantean education?
Well, there were several, but it was done in the main capital quite often, and there were several temples in which this was done, or systems or places of education.
Great. And Atlantis of being the legend of a worldwide initiatic...
Oh, wait, we have one word for you. Because their actual ancient name was Aztlan.
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 Right. Aztlan.
A-Z-T-L-A-N. Aztlan.
Oh, the T. Aztlan.
Yes, Aztlan.
Aztlan.
Yes.
So in Aztlan, I just went in a hypnotic journey real quick. 1 second.
Yes.
Okay, so the idea of it, Aztlan being a worldwide initiatic culture?
Well, many, many people from around the world went there for educational purposes, and they did extend some of that to different parts of the world. But it wasn't global quite in the way that you're global now.
Mm-hmm.
They did have certain centers in different parts of the planet, but it wasn't as extensive as your technology allows it to be now.
Gotcha. And the idea of the mysteries and the idea of initiation and becoming more of yourself, all these ideas, even through Atlantean times, are just permission slips to get people in touch with more parts of themselves.
Of course.
So like the idea in many esoteric and magical traditions, they're all fighting over permission slips and saying who has the right permission slip.
Yes.
But the idea, if you understand the core construct of the science of the obvious and the initiation and the awakening of the self, then it becomes evident and obvious.
Yes, that's why we give you the simple structural formula. So that you don't have to necessarily compound it with things that you don't necessarily need, unless you believe you do. That's your choice. Then it comes down to a choice, as opposed to something you think has to be done in order for you to really have a deep understanding.
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes, and so then the alignment of the different energy bodies and physical body, the mental body, so to speak. Humpty Dumpty breaking apart and coming back together again. Was that the same theme that the Atlanteans were going through, that we are going through as well?
Exactly.
Okay. So that's one thing that I'm highest excitement about, is the hypnosis journey and merging people's consciousness so they're not just stuck on the mental plane, but so when they're thinking, they're actually re-engaging their thinking with vibration and feeling and thought and artistry and vision.
Yes.
So they're not just dry mental constructs talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Because a dry mental construct will never really get you that deep.
Yes. And that's why you can only take people as deep as you have been.
Well, yes, although some people can go deeper with much less incentive if they're already prepared for it than even sometimes the teacher. It just depends on the person. But you might trigger them to go deeper than you have been. It's possible.
Wonderful. And as far as like the story, you've talked about the Bible being the stories of Atlantis.
Well, some of it, yes.
Some of them.
Not all of it.
And some that were maybe the Nag Hammadi that was taken out, the Gnostic scriptures. Can you
Well, there are
comment?
many, many different kinds of scriptures and gospels that were never put into what you call your official Bible. You know that.
Yes. And the idea of Enoch becoming Metatron, was that the idea of one of the Anunnaki ascending into higher spiritual initiations?
Sort of. We're not going to go into detail on that story at the moment, but you're sort of in the right neighborhood, but there are details that are missing.
Okay, and as far as the Melchizedek energies, how I know, we've talked about this a lot with Tote and everything.
Yes.
And how have you experienced, I've experienced Tote in different ways. How have you experienced Tote in different ways?
I have had tea with Tote.
You have had tea with Tote.
I am using a euphemism, but that's all you're going to get right now.
What do you think
Does
about
that
the
make me a
serpent?
teetotaler?
A teetotaler? Okay. What do you tell me about the bane of the serpent? We've talked about the serpent a lot, but
we did. But I already told you that's all you're going to get right now.
Well, as far as
that's
overcoming
all
fear,
you're going to get right now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, my friend.
You're very welcome.
Always appreciating you.
And us as well to you.
Shivai.
Shivai.
Infinite gratitude and appreciation your way and the services you provide.
Ha'atu.
So my first question is, when you're doing work with Darryl's electromagnetic field, is there
not so much that we're doing work. It's simply that the idea of our vibrational connection causes certain vibrational amplifications and frequencies to naturally occur in his electromagnetic field around his body.
Now, is there like a feedback that happens with specific audiences or specific members of the
audience? Of course, because that's how we read all of you, energy patterns, because we're not seeing you directly. So we're reading a language of energy patterns. It is actually a kind of language. It comes in shapes and forms and other kinds of symbols, but it is a language of energy patterns.
Oh, thanks. I was specifically wondering about a certain location in California called Santa Cruz and what that place represents within the portals on the earth?
It represents a kind of crossroads.
As I thought. Thank you.
You're welcome.
When I've been studying how to shift to different parallel realities.
When you've been studying about how to be more conscious of the fact you're already doing that, you mean?
Right.
All right.
So I want to cite an example.
Yes.
Like I am doing my best to shift to a clean earth where everything's cleaner than it is now.
And so what actions physically are you taking in order to speak the language that's the reality you're in?
Right. So my next question is me having to give up driving my automobile, me voting for that cleaner parallel reality?
It might be if that's what makes sense to you. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but it might be. Or you might attract something that would be, in your mind, a cleaner representation of mode of transport that can be expressed in many different ways, but you have to be honest with yourself about what it means to you, what works for you, what it represents to you. And as when you are clear about that, it may or may not require a different mode of transportation. It just depends. You have to play it out and see what happens. See what synchronicity brings you, what opportunities open up for you. It might mean what you said, but it might not. But you find out by acting on whatever passion you can act on.
Okay, I'll work with that.
All right. Will that do? Or is there something else?
I have one more question.
Yes.
I've gone to multiple health practitioners and been having some health issues.
You know I don't discuss
I know
health
you don't
issues.
do them, but at least on a metaphysical level,
Yes.
I was wondering, what is it that I'm working with specifically for me in my process? Because there are days where it's so debilitating.
What are you experiencing?
Multiple things, but chronic pain is
Where?
The back, mid-back.
All right. Well, may I ask you if you have a belief system that doesn't believe acting on your passion will support you?
Yeah, I've grown up believing that, like, I'm supporting myself. So.
All right. But you find the idea of support to be a strain instead of something that can automatically flow to you.
Right.
Well, why aren't you allowing the automatic flow to happen? What's the resistance to that? What is the disbelief that you can be actually supported in the way that you need to be?
I guess I maybe misperceive what outward help, aid, and assistance actually looks like.
Well, you know there are many forms of abundance, as we've discussed, yes? There is the idea on your planet of the symbol that's called money, but there's also the idea of being given a gift. That's a form of abundance. There's also the idea that you could trade for something. That's a form of abundance. Synchronicity is a form of abundance. Imagination is a form of abundance because it opens up paths you may not have thought about before that might require other things other than what you think you need. You have to let them come in whatever form they need to come, and maybe sometimes even in whatever combination they need to come. Maybe sometimes the support, the abundance that's automatically in the kit of excitement may need a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that in order to form the 100% support that you require at that moment to allow you to continue to act on your excitement. So it sometimes will require you relaxing your definitions about what you think abundance should look like, what form it should come in, thinking that it has to be that or something won't work or I'm not supported if it doesn't come this way or doesn't look like that. Relaxing your insistence on the way in which support must appear can also allow you to know you're always supported. And thus you will start to feel that you are supported and you won't feel a strain in the symbol of support, which is your back, your spine, your muscles in that area. You need to relax into the idea that you're always supported and let the different forms come to you in the way that synchronicity brings them to you. Instead of thinking you have to make it work, force it to work. That's a strain. That's what you're straining. You're not going with your own flow. You're resisting your own flow. Your current knows where you need to go. Just float along with it. You'll wind up where you need to be. You will be supported along the way because that's one of the tools in the kit. Let it work for you. Don't try to make it work. Let it work. Let it do what it naturally does, and you will feel supported, and you will not be strained. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does this help?
Thank you very much. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
Okay, want to talk to you about O, who is a parallel life connection of mine that I've been channeling for about 30 years.
Oh.
Yes, O, and I've talked to you many times about him.
Yes.
And also a parallel life connection with you, Xeon, from Sirius.
Oh, all right. Yes, because if you were going to say it was Sassani, I was going to say no.
No. Sirius.
All
Both
right.
of you from Sirius. And I've talked to you about this, and O and you have, Xeon has said that they're on the Syrian Council of 13.
And what do you want me to say about that?
I want you to tell me about the Syrian Council of 13. You know, we had the skulls with the Council of 13 here. What is the, can you tell me a little bit about the Syrian Council of 13?
I can tell you a little bit, because that's really a subject for another time, farther in the future.
Oh.
But we're allowed to give you this.
Okay.
Physical beings from Sirius have visited your world many times in the past.
Right.
They have brought with them many times knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, agriculture, architecture, many other things that helped people on your planet recover after the disaster that we talked about from cometary impact.
Mm-hmm.
And so they formed a specific body of individuals to interact with Earth and to observe and monitor your recovery. That eventually became the Council of 13 that you know about, although there are other Syrian councils, particularly one called the Tribunal.
Okay.
But we'll get into that another time. But the Council of 13 you're referring to with regard to Sirius has to do with the idea of guiding the inhabitants of Earth back into a conscious realization of their self-empowerment, their knowledge, preservation, of understanding of the cosmos and their connection to Earth and many other things. And so they have become that to you, to Earth.
Okay, very good. I'm shaking, sort of, I must be picking up energy, sort of like I do with Willa, that I haven't experienced with you before.
Well, but you're experiencing the idea of us talking about the Sirius energy.
Ah.
And therefore, it's a high frequency energy. And therefore, we're dampening it down a little bit, but you're still feeling some of it, and it's running through your body.
Yeah, very definitely.
All right.
Okay, thank you for that.
You are welcome.
Now, Lily,
Yes.
Stargazer,
Yes.
who I've been having a lot of fun with.
All right.
She and Will has talked about this. When I go on visits to see her, she's been teaching me how to see in her timeline,
Yes.
700 years upline.
Yes.
And when I went for one visit, she took the Tesseract. There was 9 symbols, and I went brought the Tesseract, went into the dimensional doorway, and she said, go in, you will meet a parallel reality, or parallel connection life of yours. Went in, met Dr. James Simon. I didn't know that was his name at the time.
Yes.
But I saw this doctor, he's human, saw the doctor, and he was working with a 10-year-old boy.
Yes.
And so I could see the energy field of the boy and what he was working with.
Yes.
So then when I came out, then I said to Lily, so he started working with me the next day telepathically.
Yes.
And he's an energy healing doctor.
Yes.
Okay. And this was in June of last year.
Yes.
And then he worked with me on quite a few different things in my body.
Yes.
And getting that ready. And then he started working in December with other people.
Yes.
And he insisting people in healing themselves. And so this is quite interesting.
Well, yes, it is, and it's even more interesting than you know.
Oh? Tell
Now,
me.
you know what we say about the idea of reincarnation, right?
Right.
Everything's happening at once.
Right.
And you're making connections.
Yes.
But I'm just going to put it in the colloquial language. just because.
Okay.
Reincarnationally, as an experience, you're not only the doctor, you're the 10-year-old boy too.
Ah.
Working with yourself in that way so as to have both sides of that experience here in your connection.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, he's been doing some tremendous work.
Yes. Do you have a question?
About that?
Do you have a question?
In general, you're talking about.
Well, you are making comments, and that's fine. But do you have a question? Or are you just going to make comments? That's all right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I guess I was sharing with you.
Oh, all right.
And then with the Lily visits,
yes.
I'm now working with other people
yes.
who are going to see her,
yes.
and they're having quite the experiences.
All right.
In her timeline.
Congratulations.
Now, Dr. Also, I just met Dr. Alicio, and she's a Yael hybrid.
Yes.
Okay. And she's an energy healer with Dr. Simon.
Sort of, yes.
What do you mean by sort of?
You're not going to know that now, but sort of, yes.
Okay. So I just started working with her and on a cellular regeneration with aging and losing weight and that. I just started working with her about a month ago.
All
okay.
Right. Yes.
Now, Dr. Simon has what he calls wands, okay, that he uses with people.
Wave guides, yes.
Wave guides?
Yes.
Okay.
A wand is a wave guide. Well, let me put it this way. A wand is what humans have made out of their distant memory of people using wave guides to channel certain frequencies. It has been reduced to the legendary or mythical idea of a wand. But that's what they were. They were wave guides.
Okay. And then she worked with me with a probe and
another wave guide.
Another wave guide. And I understand that from the Yael, she introduced that in 2000. He's in 2066. They are, and introduced these wave.
Give or take around that era.
Not 2066.
Well, you're naming 1 year, but you're talking about a longer process. So yes, that year is involved, but there are some years on either side that are involved as well.
Okay, explain that to me, because Willis said the same thing. When I said to her 2066,
yes.
And she said, well, that's 1 year. I don't understand that. What do you mean by that? Can you explain that?
You are pinpointing one singular year as if what you're describing only happened in that year.
No, but just that he exists in 2066, like
yes.
I exist here in 2019.
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
We just didn't know if you meant that that was the only year.
That he existed
in? Well, because that's the only year you called out.
Okay, then explain that further for me. Then
it's not mysterious. We're just simply saying, you are saying somebody exists in 2066.
Right.
We just wanted to see if there was a reason why you pinpointed that particular year as opposed to 2065. Did he not exist in 2065?
Yes, that's when I met him, in 2065.
Then why did you pinpoint 2066?
Because their years go like ours do. He's human, and
yes.
he's living. So last
year,
you
are paralleling on your calendar.
Last year when I met him, it was 2065 for
now
him.
We understand.
2018
All
for
right.
me.
You didn't explain that you were paralleling your calendars.
Okay, and that's correct.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what do these wands look like? Because I haven't seen them.
Well, they're usually tubular. They do sort of look like your wands, but they're wave guides, which means they are tubular and structured in certain lengths, certain ratios of diameter to carry certain waves of energy through them.
Yeah. Okay.
So they sort of look like wands, but they're a little bit more technical than that.
Right. And did she said that she introduced it from the Yael civilization?
Yes, because that's one of the things that the Yael civilization is going to be doing when they start interacting with you, is showing you different things about where some of your technological ideas or mythological ideas came from that might have originally been based on technology. It's one of the things that will be reintroduced. As we said, remember, they're going to give you your entire history. That's one of the gifts that Open Contact will give you, is records of your entire true history. It will include knowledge like that.
Okay. And now she's been working with me with the probe, and for, like I said, losing weight. I've lost 4 pounds.
All right.
In the last week or so.
Yes.
And she's working with, I've always been into age regression. I mean, for taking your, so can you tell me a little bit about that?
Nope.
Nope?
Nope.
Okay, so I'll find out more myself.
You will.
Okay, so in 2066, have you landed yet?
Yes.
Great. Can you tell us in 66 or how
That's
many
an
years?
outside window that we are comfortable telling you is absolutely within the window of probability, but we cannot pinpoint a year for you because the probabilities are still in flux, although we know that that's an outside window beyond the probability points.
Okay.
So it will happen by then.
By then.
But we can't tell you exactly when it will happen before then.
Okay. The last thing is, I've never talked to you about this, but around 1990, 1991,
yes,
I took 4 friends, and we went up to the desert in the summertime, and to see if we could see a UFO.
Yeah.
And after about an hour or so, there was one.
Yes.
It was disc shape,
Yes.
and it had lights like going around it,
Yes.
and it was there for maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Yes.
We talked telepathically with it.
Yes.
Don't remember what we said. It was many years ago.
Yes.
Can you tell me? I felt it was Pleiadian, but I don't know. No.
Grays.
What? Oh, that was the Greys?
Yes.
Okay.
But a particular faction. And no, I can't explain the difference to you right now.
So you can't tell. So was that a connection for all of us, or a connection for myself?
Well, all of you, but different degrees for each person in different ways. Because you were together for a reason.
All right.
Therefore, they addressed all of you to a certain degree in certain ways. But it was different for each person to some degree.
How about my connection?
What about it?
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Not now.
Not now.
Not in public.
Not in public?
Correct.
Oh.
It's not for anyone but you.
Okay, so...
We'll talk another time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
Well, I just got a tsunami of questions on Atlantis.
How topical.
Okay, so let me ask a few of those questions.
Yes.
Most of what we know of Atlantis comes from the Casey material. Can you talk about the migration to Egypt and the pyramid prophecies, which end in 2038? Well, how are they so precise?
Again, they understood cycles of time in Atlantis very precisely. They understood how things play out, but do understand they were also only talking about certain probabilities and the probability of those probable realities coming into manifestation. So there is a little bit of a window there, not just precisely the idea of that year of 2038, but they're looking at the idea of cycles, and sometime around that time there is another probability of another body, asteroidal, cometary in nature, that has a probability of impacting the Earth in and around that time. That's what the cycle is talking about. The cycles of impacts upon the Earth. That is, shall we say, frozen in the stone of what they built, that was there for you to interpret so that you would understand these cycles as well, and in a sense put yourself in a state where you would be able to change and shift the reality so that you would not necessarily have to go through what they went through.
Okay, and then the next one is the crystal technology that they used.
Yes.
Can you talk about the firestone that was accidentally tuned too high and contributed to the destruction of Atlantis?
Well, that's kind of an exaggeration or a lumping together of different incidents. It wasn't one thing that happened one day, that happened on the day that Atlantis was destroyed, but there were destructions that took place. There were things that got out of hand, got out of control with the idea of these manufactured crystals that had the capacity to store energy of the sun, to build up like a capacitor and release it all at once, very abruptly, very powerfully. So some of those experiments got a little out of hand, but they were the result of hubris. And that hubris in the vibration is what brought Atlantis down ultimately. It wasn't so much directly the idea of the firestone crystals, but the idea of the hubris behind creating them.
So speak of the hubris. What is?
Well, I think many of you are steeped in a society that is full of individuals expressing hubris at this point. Are you not? Arrogance.
Keep coming. Just to get the full feeling of what hubris is. That's it, arrogance?
Well, it's sort of the CIA formula we've given you before. C equals I plus A. Cynicism equals ignorance plus arrogance.
Right, because you did mention that cynicism is one of our more destructive...
Yes, it is what can bring you down. Cynicism. The idea of detaching yourself from the understanding of true connection and falling under, falling under the illusion of power instead of the power of the illusion. Yes, really.
So cynicism might be the idea of like people aren't...
Cynicism is thinking you know the answer before you know anything at all.
Is it also sort of anticipating the worst in others?
Not exactly the same thing. No.
Like not an assumption that people will
That's
always do the...
pessimism.
That's pessimism.
Yes.
Okay. So
cynicism is the idea that you know best no matter what the evidence may say.
So not being willing to temper your perceptions.
Correct.
Based on additional
Not
information.
being open to other points of view or even considering that they may have any validity to them other than your own.
And so it was that type of energy that brought down Atlantis?
That type of hubris created the division between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. And again, there are certain parallels going on in America now.
Yeah, in fact, there's a question here. Let's see.
Which may or may not get an answer, depending upon how specific it might be.
Well, it says, I guess that the coming of the comet and the following destruction of Atlantis was no coincidence, obviously.
Obviously.
And could you speak about the preceding imbalances that finally caused the fall of Atlantis? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and...
they put themselves in a vibrational reality that was smack in the path of the comet, where there are many other realities where that was not so. But that particular reality and what you are considering your past, because of the connection you've made to the idea of the cyclic nature of coming around again, which to some degree we're going to be talking about in the Angels of Orion transmission, is the idea of connecting to those cycles of destruction and rising and falling, rising and falling, and rising and falling, and starting to learn how to break that chain.
So essentially, we here on Earth at this point, in this reality, are the beings that chose the trajectory that led to the fall of Atlantis, and now we're back making a new choice or attempting to make a new choice?
Because that's the most powerful. You remember the rubber band analogy.
Yes.
The farther you pull back into darkness, when you finally let go, you'll fly that much faster and farther into the light. So you're using energy to connect to some very deep, dark, negative experiences so that when you finally get a handle on these vibrations, you will propel yourself into the light that much more powerfully. You're using it as a catapult.
That also means that there was another Atlantis that didn't undergo the destruction.
Oh, absolutely. There are many versions of Earth where Atlantis thrived. Absolutely.
That's so interesting. So
I've visited one of them. It's
tell.
profoundly beautiful in ways that you may not even be able to imagine at this point.
Wow. So that's really interesting. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about the whole idea of the same beings that experienced the negative trajectory in Atlantis are now focused on this particular transitional time.
Nope. We'll talk about that again in the transmission called The Angels of Orion.
And did they take animals and people and make things?
They understood genetics in a very, very similar way, but had different kinds of capacities to create certain kinds of hybrids that are also the basis of some of your mythological legends of certain kinds of creatures, yes.
Would we find that offensive now, what they were doing?
You would find it the product of incredible cynicism and hubris. It's not that you cannot explore genetics. You can. But remember, it's not about what it is. It's about how you use it. Because they used it to create a race of slaves.
And that doesn't go well, does it?
Not usually.
Okay, so...
Remember, your greatest power is the freedom to choose. The greatest prison is taking that freedom away.
From another?
Yes. Slaves. The freedom to choose has been removed. That's what makes a slave.
So those that perpetrate that
are themselves enslaved, but they think they're not. And as we have often said, just again to use your terminology, the greatest hell is the one you don't even know you're in.
Wow.
Because you can never escape it. Because you don't know you're there. Those that are slavers are themselves enslaved. Those that are prison guards are themselves incapable of leaving the prison. Now, again, it depends on how these things are done. But nevertheless, on a basic principle, you cannot interact with something without in some way becoming a mirror of that thing. So it depends on how you use it, how you understand that reflection that determines what you will experience in your reality, positive or negative. Because everything is a reflection, and that means you are also a reflection of everything.
It's a lot to process.
If you say so.
This last question is about maybe we've already discussed it. We'll see. Currently, Bahamas is going through catastrophic challenges.
Yes.
Does it imply any mirroring effect of the fall of Atlantis?
It does. And so does the Bermuda Triangle phenomenon.
Yes, in fact, one question came in about whether that impacts hurricanes on the East
It does,
Coast.
But we won't go into the actual science of it at this particular point.
Yeah,
but it does.
They were asking, was Bermuda part of Atlantis, and was the triangle, part of it?
The triangle didn't exist then in the way that it exists now. You could say that at this point it's sort of running amok, but it is representative of an energy that they tapped into and got out of hand, again, going back to that understanding, and was one of the reasons for the physiological vibrational attraction of the comet. See what we're saying?
Seems like a combination of the Sorcerer's Apprentice, and was that hubris also?
Yes. So, using the same analogy, it's time to sweep the area clean. For those that are familiar with the story.
Okay.
Is it time now for your short break and your holotope meditation?
It is.
Then please take a short break and we will resume this transmission to crystallize in the holotope meditation about the idea of your connection to the rise of Atlantis. Yourselves, please, to become very comfortable in your chairs. Allow yourselves to relax. And as your lights dim and the colors and the music begin to play, allow yourselves to look at the holotope as a mirror into what you know to be or call the past. Allow yourselves to float down the corridors of time. Back, 12,822 years ago. Allow yourselves to let go of the cares of the day and simply find yourselves in your imagination on the stone-paved streets of Atlantis, with the towering pyramids, the giant stone blocks of the temples, the gleaming crystals of light embedded in their walls. And as the sun begins to set on a beautiful, beautiful, balmy day with a beautiful warm breeze wafting through the trees, and you look up into the night sky as the stars come out, and there, blazing across the heavens, is the arc of the great dragon, the great comet, with its long iridescent tail stretching across the sky. And you allow yourselves to know that it is the herald and the harbinger of the end of one cycle and the beginning of another, and that what has been done in the civilization of which you are so fond and so proud, but has become split, cracked down the middle into light and dark. You know that now this sign in the heavens shows that it must find its resting place. And even though that means it may be swallowed up by the sea, you know that it will live on in memory, live on in story, live on in legend, until one day, as the cycle continues to unfold, there will be those born again into the understanding from Spirit as they approach the end of another cycle and the beginning of a new one, that it is time to remember, time to tell the stories again, time to choose a path that will allow for a new dawn, a rising sun, and the rising of Atlantis once more. But this time, the story is different. This time, the lessons have been learned. This time, the split and the crack down the middle is not representative of one reality, but two. And though they may be side by side and observable to each other, there is a wall of light and energy between them. Transparent though it may be, you know that these are two different paths, two different realities. And one may be the path of repeating the cycle of destruction, but the other is a path of light that uplifts and renews and allows for the rebirth of the beauty and the crystal clarity and the knowledge and the life that once was and can be again, as those with vision, as those with imagination, as those with power and strength and creativity can once again create a foundation of a new civilization that this time, without conquering, can spread over the globe, over the earth, in time, creating new structures, new temples of the spirit, with a new understanding that goes beyond the old ways, beyond the religions, beyond the social systems, beyond the politics of the old, into the understanding of the new, into the broader vision, the vision of the rising of Atlantis once again over the earth. And as the pyramids and the towers and the temples rise once more, and the fresh breeze of a new dawn and a new day washes over the land, and is breathed deeply into each and every soul with the promise of rebirth, renewal, reconnection, realization, and the reward shall be a new earth, in a new understanding, in a new day, in a new reality, peopled by beings of nature, beings in connection with the earth, with Gaia, the consciousness of your world, spreading forth new creations in beautiful, ever-changing artistic expressions that will spread out into the cosmos and take flight not only in the imagination but among the stars. The new Atlantis is born. A new Atlantis that shall never fall. A new Atlantis in a new reality that has always been, and to which you are shifting, day by day, week by week, moon by moon. For therein, in the night and the day that shines upon the earth and the sea, is the promise of the seed of renewal. And it shall be refreshed. And it shall accelerate the cycle of the earth towards its chosen destiny, its chosen evolution of the sixth hybrid race, which shall be a new Atlantis in which all may share, in which all may grow, in which all may create according to their truth. Gardens shall spread in the new earth to allow beings to flourish and grow in a multitude of ways. And the earth shall vibrate with song that shall spread out in ripples through the cosmos, of energy, of light, of love, of being, of existence, a crystalline reflection of the endless cycles of time and the eternal now, in perfect balance, in perfect harmony. Allow yourselves to now walk those paths of the new Atlantis on the new earth in the new reality. Breathe deeply of the air that refreshes, that cleanses, that nourishes. And know that you are children of creation who will never forget that again. For your eyes and your memory shall be opened, and your awareness shall blossom. You are the new Atlantis. Rejoice and welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Allow yourselves now to simply drift and dream, floating freely on the currents of creation, so they may take you where you need to go, to what is correct for you. And all the currents together shall form a new ocean. And out of that ocean, a new civilization shall arise. A new land, a new thought, a new being. Breathe it in and make it your own. And allow the crystalline light within you that is the spark of your existence to shine in all ways, on all days, and through the night. Be at peace, and welcome home. And now just stand upon the shores of the new Atlantis, listening to the gentle lapping of the waves, and drift off into beauty and peace and love and light. And as your music softens and your lights begin to dim, just allow yourselves to freely float and listen to the breathing of the waves, the breathing of the cosmos, in and out, matching its frequency and slipping into beautiful, comfortable, nurturing slumber from which you will awake anew, on a new journey in a new world, here and now.
Good morning, everyone. Early afternoon, right? Well, welcome back to our second day of our Preparing for Contact weekend. We're so happy to see so many people that support Bashar and his information, and we're really happy to have you all here with us. Today's session is entitled The Protocols of Contact, and Bashar will be sharing with us some information about that. And just that we so appreciate you all being here, and we're very happy to be able to share more and more information about our connections with extraterrestrials. Before we start, we're going to show you a short video, and this has to do with the dolphin workshop, because one of the things that Bashar has encouraged is interspecies communication. That is a way that you can start to train your mind to be able to communicate with other beings that are not wired exactly the way you are. And the dolphins are great because they're so brilliant and sentient, and they give us so much fun. So there's a little bit about the two workshops that we're doing in 2017 and 2018.
We're calling recitation nation. We're calling to our friends in the sea to join the celebration, elation of reuniting our family. We'd separated for a long, long while, but now's the time to change the tide. We're here to say that we'll make it right. We'll live together side by side. So here's our declaration of formation. Our first step towards equality. Create a legislation, liberation, so the dolphins and the whales can live free. We've been sailing through the dark, dark night, but here's the dawn of shining light. So every fin in the deep blue sea can have respect and sanctity. So we're calling recitation nation. We're calling to our friends in the sea. In appreciation, admiration, creation of a new way to be.
Invite all of the dolphins, all of the whales, together as family. For you of the atmosphere and they of the ocean world are simply sentient life living in different seas that intersperse and intersect and interact and merge and mesh and blend. Air into water, water into air. All the dolphins and all the whales, they sing a song of welcome, joy and welcome to the cetacean invasion.
We're calling recitation nation. We're calling to our friends in the sea to join the celebration, elation of reuniting our family. We're calling recitation nation. We're calling to our friends in the sea. In appreciation, admiration, creation of a new way to be.
we like to bring the dolphin energy in, before we start a session with Bashar too, because it connects us with the Sirius energy, and those higher frequencies. So that was about the dolphin workshop that we do in Kona. It's 7 days. You stay at a hotel right on the water, and every morning we meditate, pre-recorded meditations that Bashar created specifically for this. And it takes you on a journey to discover your inner merman or inner mermaid, and to merge with the Essassani and Sirius energy. So that's our focus, and most people feel utterly changed after this experience. The other trip that we offer is a trip swimming with humpback whales, and that is in the Dominican Republic. It's a 7-day experience on a liveaboard boat out 80 miles out to sea, and you spend your day either on the surface or in the water with the whales, and you get to learn about them and understand and communicate with them in a deep, deep way. And they are the oversoul of the dolphins, so it's very powerful. Here's a little bit about what it's like to live with the whales. So if you feel a calling to be with the dolphins and the whales, we'd certainly like to offer that to you. The next workshop is the second to last week in February for the dolphins, and I think the next whale workshop is in March 2018. So, in the Dominican Republic. That's the one where you live on the boat. That's the one where you live with the whales. It's really cool. So anyway, so I know it's time to get started with the most important part of this experience. One thing that was interesting on our last whale trip, dolphins came. We were so shocked. So was the person that runs the whole boat, He was like, they don't usually do this. And we literally had a pod of spotted dolphins come and interact with us and hang out and communicate. And we also had a really extraordinary thing where 3 whales came and sought us out. We were just in the water swimming. And these whales came up to us, and they kept swimming up to us and looking. We were like, whoa. I like to think that's a little bit of Bashar's touch in all of this. So, all right, so we're ready to get started. And so it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the channel for Bashar, Darryl Anka. So again, thank you so much, Darryl, for bringing through this wonderful information and moving us along till we actually have physical contact.
A little say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right, thank you. Thank you for the co-creation of this interaction, the allowance of this transmission. This day of your time, this transmission has been titled The Protocols of Contact. We will go through a general list of things that usually happen when we make contact, giving you an overview of all the different stages, all the different phases, all the different steps that are often involved in contacting a new civilization. Now, of course, depending upon the civilization, not every step is always necessary, and sometimes there may be additional steps to take into account the belief systems of the society, the way the society functions, so on and so forth. Nevertheless, this will give you a general idea not only of the phases of first contact that we engage in our society, but it will also give you an understanding of exactly where you are on that schedule. So, we will go through the list. Some things will be self-evident. Some things we will provide a little tiny bit of an explanation for, just to clarify the idea. Nania, with your assistance, please read the first thing on the list.
Okay. Number 1, discovery of the civilization.
All right. Now that's relatively self-evident. We become aware that such a civilization exists and is at a stage where the first phases of communication, connection, and contact can occur. In your case, we understand you've arrived at a place, and have for some time, where you've begun to realize that you may not be alone in the universe, and you begin to send out a vibrational invitation that says you are curious about learning more. And then next,
observation of the civilization.
We watch, we observe, we measure the energy. This is where you begin to see upsurges in what you call UFO activity around the globe, beginning to take stock of exactly what the situation is on the planet. In your case, of course, we discover that you have different nations, different factions, different kinds of belief systems, and we begin to formulate an understanding of how to relate to the vibrations and reality you have set up for yourselves. And next?
Determine the potential for contact.
Again, in taking all these readings and in assimilating and integrating all the information, we come up with an understanding of the probability for which contact may occur within certain time frames. And next?
If contact potential is high, choose a life or connection in the civilization.
So as we have said, the channel in your linear framework is one of our past lives. We almost always choose a life in the civilization that is ultimately going to be contacted, so that we can, through experience, understand the civilization more deeply, and then be capable of drawing upon that with the future self of that being, which in this case is me. So the idea is also that because we do this, it gives us an ability to understand the references, the idioms, the culture, and allows us to be more relatable, and you more relatable to us. Without this process, without this step, things would take a little longer because we would be literally too alien to each other, because our society in many ways is very different than yours. And even the small amount of what we have described our society to be is a tiny percentage of the way we actually function. Much of what goes on in our world, in our reality, we haven't even delivered to you yet as information. Nevertheless, we have enough understanding of each other to communicate.
Then you want to design the life to provide necessary elements for future contact.
Yes, so the past life will then go through a pathway, a process that will give them what they need for the purpose of the future communication. And in this case, in the channel's life, there were certain incidents that occurred that prepared the channel to have the ability to do this when the time was appropriate to begin.
Generate sightings and observe reactions and responses.
This is always a fun one for us. Because even though there have been observations taking place, and sometimes you may catch a glimpse of the ships that are doing the observation, now the sightings begin in earnest. We allow you to really see the ships. We really watch and observe and understand the reactions that you have within your societal structure about the existence of our ships, and go from there.
Calculate the timing for various phases of contact.
By then gauging the reaction and responses that we get from all of you by having a slightly closer encounter with our civilization through the viewing of our ships and a few other things and methodologies, we then can begin to see the structure unfold automatically in synchronicity to the general timing as it relates to your society. One of the outcomes of this is the understanding that still remains true at the moment as the highest probability of the window for open contact, which is approximately between your years of 2025 to 2033. That came out of the synchronicity that was the result of the gathering of the information of the reactions and responses to the sightings of our ships.
Guide synchronicity to prepare connection with the individual.
In other words, now that the life is being lived of the past self, we now create an incident moment. For the channel, this was actually the sighting of our ship on 2 occasions. You will see this played out in the film you will be witnessing later, so that you can see exactly how this occurred. But nevertheless, this was the inciting incident that began to propel the channel to consciously begin to investigate, well, as you often say, what the hell is going on? This is not the way we were told the world was. I need to look deeper into this. Which then led him down the path in a more accelerated way to learn what he needed to learn so that when the time came to do the channeling, he would be better prepared.
Initiate connection with connection individual.
So then in the channel, through synchronicity, being guided to go into a channeling class and learn the idea of channeling, not even knowing he was going to become a channel consciously at that point, then the telepathic connection that occurred in that class was the beginning of the real communication, the conscious communication with the channel, to allow him to decide for himself whether or not to continue on that path. And so?
Disseminate information over time.
As you are seeing now, that we have done with all of you, bringing through ideas and information into your society to see what you do with it.
Observe reactions and responses to information.
To see what you do with it. And this means to watch whether or not you are capable of remaining within alignment of your own energy and within integrity in your own society in the understanding, application, and utilization of the information. This will tell us a lot about how you will in the future react to more information and whether you're actually ready for it.
Initiate higher level communication with the connection individual.
This means that a blending begins if the individual, that is the past self, is starting to really open up to the idea and understanding of the connection that exists between us in the nonlinear sense now, not the linear sense of saying, all right, that's my future self, this is the past self, but in the nonlinear sense of understanding higher dimensional perspectives of this connection. For example, the idea that from a higher perspective, we are one and the same soul, one and the same being, expressing itself in what you would call two different parallel reality time frames simultaneously. Once the channel begins to grasp the idea, once the downloads to the channel begin to filter into his consciousness system, and he starts beginning to view things more three-dimensionally, fourth-dimensionally, fifth-dimensionally in the way that we do, then there can be a heightened degree of acceleration of the kind of information that can be delivered through that connection individual.
Choose additional individuals to disseminate the information. Thank you, Tadeo. Generate additional sightings to observe any changes in responses.
So again, phase 2 of the sightings, you will find the idea of such things then as the Phoenix lights and all sorts of things that stand out in a very, very powerful way to see again, what does the society do with this? What do individuals do with this? Many individuals began to become very accelerated after that kind of a sighting, although we also notice that the society at large doesn't seem to want to talk about things like that still. But again, this is a general assessment. Obviously, we understand that there are different reactions and different rates of expression around your globe because of the different nations, the different belief systems, so on and so forth. So some parts of your world are willing to acknowledge these things a little bit more openly, and some parts still remain relatively clandestine about these issues and experiences. So again, we take readings to see where you're all at, both individually and collectively, with the more powerful, more blatant, more obvious sightings that are then presented to you.
Generate contact symbols.
This, obviously, such as what you're seeing here as the Sedona vortex array and many other kinds of symbols that are representative of the vibrational frequency of contact, then begin to also be disseminated into your society along with the general information, so that you can kind of have a shortcut version, a condensed version of the information and the energy in these forms as permission slips to help accelerate and see what you're actually attracted to use. Because this, again, your attraction to these symbols tells us a lot about what specific vibrational frequency each individual happens to be on based on what they're attracted to.
Initiate phase-shifted contacts when and where appropriate.
So in other words, this is the upshot of what we have said to many of you, in that while many of you are waiting for contact to happen, contact in many ways has actually occurred face to face. But they usually happen in a slightly shifted reality that is similar to your physical reality, but actually isn't your actual physical reality that you consider to be your normal reality. But then you forget that these things happen, and that serves the purpose of allowing you to remember that these things have already happened at your own pace, and we use the rate at which you remember as a measurement device to determine when you are ready for more conscious realization of contact.
Observe the rate of recall of phase-shifted contacts.
What we just said.
Reassess and disseminate potential timing for open contact.
And again, the window at the moment remains the same, although there may be certain small bubble windows here and there around the world that can be somewhat accelerated to the general window we have given you, depending upon other things that may happen in your society, for example, such as your own discovery that life might exist somewhere off your planet. Whether that means an intelligent civilization or not is not the issue. Just the very idea that you discover for yourselves that life is possible elsewhere other than Earth can change your mindset to help accelerate the idea of contact with other civilizations.
Observe responses to announcement of timing.
Again, by letting you know such things as the probabilities of contact, we again gauge how you respond and react to that, and it adds more information as to whether that window needs to slide up or down, or other things may need to happen with it, or other presentations may need to occur.
Observe any changes in the status of the civilization.
Again, we watch very closely for the kind of things that are going on in the society and recognize through the positive and the negative expressions an acceleration that determines and lets us know when things are coming to a head, when thresholds are about to be crossed, when major shifts are about to occur within the collective and individual consciousnesses on your planet. So again, we can better gauge the timing for contact.
Assist in balancing planetary energies.
The reason that my ship is above the Sedona vortex is specifically for this purpose, of adding our frequency into the vortex that is connected to all other vortices on your planet in a very powerful way, along with other ships over other vortices around your globe, and thus help balance out the energy of these vortices, which then emanate these frequencies so that when you come in contact with them, they help amplify whatever it is you bring into the vortex. And that's both positive and negative. But it's the idea of aiding and assisting with the balancing, blending, and acceleration of the energies globally around your planet to stabilize, ultimately, the energy field of your world and make it more conducive to the idea of open contact, because the vibrational state has to raise and meet us halfway before it will really be a compatible vibration for the level of contact that can occur with many other civilizations.
Generate primary tools of contact.
Again, similar to the idea of the symbols, there are certain things that, depending on the society, then have to happen. So in some societies, as for example is being done now, there are tools of contact that help accelerate the process, such as the documentary you are about to see. This is actually a tool of contact and will have an effect depending upon your responses and reactions to it and the responses and reactions of others around the world. Other civilizations on other worlds may require other kinds of societal cultural expressions, either something like a book or a play or some other form of information or creative expression that will allow them to engage with that tool in a way that will best serve that society to help accelerate the probability of contact.
Initiate filtering of non-compatible states.
This is what we talked about the idea of the splitting prism or the train station where the tracks are going off in different directions, and to make sure that you are aligned harmoniously with the train you want to be on, because it will be more and more challenging to jump the train in the future because the tracks are getting farther and farther and farther apart. In other words, all the frequencies are starting to, in a sense, refine themselves into different streams that are representative of very specific realities. And ultimately, even though you may be able to experience many different kinds of things going on in your reality now, or at very least observe many different kinds of things, including things that are not necessarily vibrationally compatible with your preference, in the future, it will be more and more challenging to witness or experience anything that has nothing to do with whatever vibrational track you chose to be on. So this is simply an encouragement to make sure you're on the correct track, on the correct train that is most harmoniously aligned with your true self.
Become the prime mentor of the contact program.
As we have recently said, my father held the position of the head of the First Contact Council, which has now fallen to me. Because in the idea of being the first contact specialist and the representative to your planet at this time that is primary from my civilization, it has now fallen to me to be in charge of the rest of the program.
You're doing a good job.
Why, thank you. So are you.
Introduce the Contact Council to the civilization.
That's coming up, although you've had a brief glimpse, when my father did in fact communicate through the channel to your civilization relatively recently. But this is the phase you're at now. This is where you fall on that schedule of first contact protocols. You are about to, in the near future, be introduced more clearly to the actual entire First Contact Council, because now that you've arrived at this point, you have to know who they are, and they have to know who you are.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Accelerate sightings and awareness of life beyond the civilization.
So again, these things are coming up. You're not in this phase yet, but it's approaching sometime within the next few years.
Observe responses.
Yet again.
And then initiate precursor contacts.
We will be talking in more detail about the precursors in an upcoming transmission from your New York area. But the general idea is that there are certain kinds of beings that will elicit certain reactions from you when you are in their presence. And it is those reactions to those beings that we will be watching very closely to really determine how ready you are to actually have extraterrestrial beings walking among you as a matter of course.
So we want to observe the reactions to that, to the precursors. And then we want to initiate isolated physical contact.
Yes. This will start to become a little bit more toward the vibration of your physical reality, where we can begin here and there in isolated places, at isolated moments, the beginnings of the idea of open contact with certain individuals, certain groups that are ready for it at that time.
And you want to expand contacts over time.
Yes, and this will then be entering that window of 2025 to 2033, so that by the end of that window, there will be a general recognition across the entire globe that open contact with extraterrestrial civilizations has actually officially begun.
Initiate final sightings prior to open contact.
Yes, because open contact in the sense of some individuals here, some groups there, so on and so forth, is not the final open contact, which is with every single form of life on your planet, not just you humans. You are an entire system, and to us, open contact with Earth means open contact with Earth, the entirety of the consciousness, in a variety of ways you have yet to imagine, but it's coming.
Hence the need for interspecies communication.
Yes.
Observe responses to the final sightings.
Yes.
And then initiate open contact.
Yes.
And final determination for continuation of open contact.
Because even at that moment, there may be things that people on your planet and whatever civilization we are contacting may make a choice to react negatively to, that we will then filter in and factor into the idea of whether the contact should occur in that way. Now, this may be anything from a slight adjustment to the way contact is occurring to the idea that contact should not continue at all. You will fall somewhere within that spectrum, and at that moment, based on true open contact, that will be determined according to what is truly best for the society and the civilization.
Initiate information exchange.
One of the informational exchanges, as we have recently said, that you will be given in open contact will be the delivery of your entire true history, filling in all the gaps that now exist in your understanding of your so-called past. Such things as true information about Atlantis, true information about your beginnings, true information about other civilizations that have come and gone on your planet, and many other things that you don't actually have recorded in your history right now for a variety of reasons.
Initiate any special procedures.
This will be determined at the time as to what any special procedures might need to be, because that will really be the true beginning of the incorporation and enlistment of your civilization into the interstellar alliance. And we will see what needs to happen for your civilization to allow such a transition to operate as smoothly as possible at that time, whatever your special needs may be at that moment.
Prepare the civilization for interstellar alliance membership.
As we said, this will include many different phases unto itself in going through the idea of becoming a full-fledged member of the Interstellar Alliance, if that's what you wish, which hasn't yet really been fully determined.
And you want to train civilization to discover other civilizations.
Yes, as we have often said, there are other civilizations that are somewhat around the same basic level that you are, and many of them have, in some sense, been left alone because you will become their UFOs. You will be making first contact with them, and we have left them open as your training ground to follow in our footsteps.
Amazing. Guide civilizations' initial contacts with other civilizations.
Yes, we will be there to mentor you and guide you along the way so that you will not inadvertently blow up any planets. Just kidding, we think.
Initiate membership in the Interstellar Alliance.
Then you will become full-fledged members after having had some experience with interacting with other civilizations yourself by being the initiators of those first contacts. And that means you have open to you the expanse of the galaxies, of the universe, the sharing of technologies with us and other civilizations, and spanning the stars and truly becoming Homo Galacticus.
Initiate specific programs relevant to the new member.
Yes, you have your strengths, and therefore many different kinds of programs from your membership in the Interstellar Alliance will take advantage of what it is you bring to the Interstellar Alliance that is unique to you. Because it is all of that diversity that we cherish. It is all of the strengthening of the individual society that you are that will add to the unification and harmony of the Interstellar Alliance by letting you really express the strengths and the uniqueness of your being.
And finally, continue relations with experienced member civilization.
Yes, at that point you will be considered an experienced member civilization. And there are many, many, many things, many opportunities, many different kinds of experiences that then can be opened up to an experienced member civilization that, again, right now, may be far beyond what you imagine membership would actually be. But you'll be able to explore at that time many different kinds of things that go beyond any of the so-called science fiction scenarios you've gotten used to about what it means to actually be a member of an alliance. It goes way beyond that. And goes way deeper inside your consciousness than you may know. And so then.
And so I did have a question.
Yes.
When you mentioned about the final determination for continuation of open contact, or even earlier, isn't there another time where it's assessed whether or not a civilization will go forward with contact or not?
Yes, but we always at the later time offer the opportunity for the civilization to make a final assessment.
And once you shared about the percentages of civilizations that actually go beyond that stage?
Yes.
What was that?
The idea in general is that, let's say, on average, about 75% of the civilizations we have contacted will actually opt to continue for membership, but some don't.
What are some of the reasons that they don't?
They may find that in their own estimate, once they have become unified enough because of the contact, because they're now looking at things very differently, they may find that they've decided that they are going to create a unique and different destiny for themselves. And we will certainly allow them to do so and go off and find out whatever they need to find out on their own without necessarily becoming a member. In other words, it doesn't mean that they won't necessarily interact with us. They just won't necessarily be acting as an official member of the alliance. They would be acting more as an independent stellar nation.
Okay, great.
That would be one reason. There are many others, but that would be one. Does that help?
I think it does.
All
Does
right.
it help
Does that
everybody
clarify
else?
things? All right. Now you know where you are in the program. You can now take a pin and go, you are here. And here is the upcoming calendar of things that are coming up in the future. So it gives you some sense now, and this is actually an important exercise. It gives you some sense of how far you've come, because you're not that far from the end of the list in general. And therefore you can see that you're progressing in the context of this idea, and you can see that there really isn't that much yet remaining for you to really accelerate forward into the idea of expanding in the way that we have just described. So we thank you for being willing to move forward in this way up to this point with us and other civilizations, because again, you are family. And the idea of reawakening family members so they can rejoin the family and welcoming them home is of great joy to us. So thank you. Then in return for that gift that you are now giving to us, we ask, in what way may we continue to be of service to you? Please begin with your questions and dialogue if you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Okay. Many of us are being called to relocate these days.
Oh, all right, bye-bye.
And, you know, I feel much of this has to do with, of course, freedom and mission.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you if you could expand on that, and also if part of the reason that we are being called to certain areas is because of our particular connections to the stars or star beings.
It can be that. And also simply because at that particular moment, the vibration of that area is more compatible with the vibrational state that you happen to be in based on what it is you need to attract to yourself to get to the next step. It can be for many reasons. It can also be a recognition of the idea of a fuller definition of acting on your excitement, because a fuller definition of acting on your excitement is not only to act on the thing that excites you at any given moment to the best of your ability with no insistence on an outcome, but to do it how it's more exciting, where it's more exciting, with whom it's more exciting, when it's more exciting. All the components of excitement being part of the definition. So it can be that too. And again, remember that just because something is attractive to you doesn't mean that's the thing that has to come to fruition, even if you take action on it. As we have said many times, sometimes the things that excite you, even moving to another location, is just to get you to move. That may have been the only purpose. But you'll find out when you take the action as to whether you actually need to wind up in a different place or not. Yes?
Yes.
Does that answer the question?
Yes. So, personally, I've just moved to Sedona about a week ago because of this pull.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you could give me any personal clarity or insight.
Well, are you acting on your highest excitement in all areas of your life to the best of your ability with no insistence on an outcome?
I think so.
You think so?
I feel so, yes. I don't think I would be here if I wasn't doing that.
Do you trust the way your life unfolds that will bring you synchronistically everything you need to know, every opportunity, every doorway you need to walk through?
Well, I can't say 100%, but I'm definitely working on that.
Thank you for your honesty. Therefore, as we said, the Sedona vortex has a particular trait to it, and that is it magnifies and amplifies what you bring into it. So it will give you an opportunity to find out any residual negative belief systems you might be holding on to that cause any resistance whatsoever in you acting 100% in the way that you would prefer. So the first step might be for that.
That says
Has it already brought up anything?
That says a lot, yes. It does.
And do you want to share? You don't have to. We can take it
well,
further.
no, I don't need to say the specifics, but what I can say is it definitely feels like residual energy that, of course, you know, I feel like I've worked on and moved through, but then it's just coming up. But nothing, I don't feel like there's any like big stuff anymore.
But that may be the first step why you have immersed yourself in that frequency, is to use that energy to accelerate your process in going through the idea of letting go of what doesn't work for you. And then something else may come when you align yourself more strongly. Please remember the analogy that we gave a long time ago, and also just a few moments ago from our perspective. The idea is that, to use a technological analogy, you used to have automobile vehicles that were very, very simplistic. And because they were simplistic and didn't have that many moving parts or any high tolerances, they could be very dirty and they would still chug along. But the idea now is you've entered an age where you have high tolerance, high technology machinery, and the idea of the tolerances are so fine that the slightest speck of what doesn't belong there will freeze the entire operation of the engine. So when you really clean the last speck out, then the engine will operate more smoothly and the synchronicity will bring you what you need that you're now capable of actually interacting with. But the idea is that the closer you get to your true self, the less it takes to stop the whole process, because you want to be really, really clean when the big opportunities show up. You understand?
Yes, optimal performance.
Exactly.
Got it.
Does that help?
That helps. Okay, one last thing.
Yes.
Do I have any?
Oh, here it comes.
I'm trying to put it in the right words here. Okay. Okay. Do I have any connections that I am not aware of?
Of course you do.
With the hybrid children.
Of course you have connections you are unaware of. You have connections you are aware of. You have connections you're unaware of because it's not time for you to be aware of those connections.
Okay.
So again, you trust the way your life unfolds? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Then whatever you need to know, whatever it is relevant for you to know, you will know in perfect timing. If you don't know it yet, you don't need to.
Okay, gotcha.
Does that help?
Perfect.
Now, one moment. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
What is the strongest area that you're attracted to in Sedona? If you don't know it yet, that's fine.
You're asking which area I'm the most attracted to?
Yes.
Cathedral Rock.
Why?
I just feel that in my heart.
All right.
My heart space.
How much time do you spend in that area?
Well, actually, I just arrived here, so I haven't gone there this time. I've been there 2 years ago.
When you allow the time to be there, may take a few times, but when you allow yourself to create time to go and be in that space and be centered in that particular location, some of the information that you're asking for about your unknown connections may suddenly be downloaded to you. All right?
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Okay,
Have fun.
you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Question number one, I have two. As a creator of my own reality, always acting on my highest excitement to the best of my ability, how does someone...
Don't leave out the third part.
What I leave out?
Zero insistence on the outcome.
Yes. With zero insistence
Or
on
you
the
don't
outcome.
have the whole formula.
Of course.
Yes.
As that, how do other people's realities interact with mine and affect mine?
They don't affect yours at all. You have to agree to affect yourself based on matching the vibration of something that they've offered you.
Okay, so as other people are co-creating,
yes,
that has no actual effect on my creation of my own reality in any way.
Only in the sense that you have agreed to interact. Only in the sense that you've agreed to co-create certain things in a similar way so you can have what appears to be a collective experience. But they don't actually affect you directly.
Okay, that makes sense.
I know, that's why I said it.
Thank you. And my sister mentioned yesterday when she came up here that we've had some symbolic experiences. In particular, Saturn popped up for us, and we didn't really get into it yesterday, but I was wondering if you had any information on this.
Symbolically, it's council energy.
Okay.
Does that help?
A little bit. Could you elaborate?
The idea of understanding and maintaining your own self-guidance system, your own counsel, staying in balance according to what you know is true for you, will amplify your energy and allow all aspects of your personality to integrate in a more fluid way.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm living my highest excitement to the best of my ability with zero expectation. And that's the kicker.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
It's more the idea of no assumption or insistence, because you can expect something to happen.
Yes, yes. Very positive things.
Yes.
I wanted to share, and then I had a few questions.
Or very negative things that you can use positively.
Yes, that's it.
All right.
That's it. When I first discovered you, I was actually injecting heroin.
No, how exciting.
Yeah, it was very exciting. It was very exciting. And I kind of heard you describe it before. I'd cemented myself spiritually into this viscous muck.
Yes.
And I couldn't even make decisions anymore.
Oh, all right.
But I was in a horrific accident, and I was laying in the hospital bed. I came across you, and I had no will left, but you said I gave myself a permission slip.
Yes.
I desire to define my dedication to detachment with the graphics. And you said if you even have the willingness,
yes,
that's all I had. I barely had that. I had to barely surface
it's
the
a
willingness.
beginning.
Oh man, I'm flying though, Bashar.
Yes.
It's been amazing.
That's because you have now found the positive side of what you were assuming you needed to experience negatively. By balancing with the male energy you already had but didn't understand how to balance, and then balancing it with the female energy to be a more balanced individual within yourself, you have found your true heroine.
Yes. Oh, very good. Very good. And I just wanted to share a little bit that it's moving so fast, like you said.
Yes.
The rubber band analogy, further into the dark.
Yes.
As soon as I stop struggling and let go,
bang,
bang, I'm flying now. I'm actually flying. I'm literally out of my body a lot of times.
Yes.
I never left East LA for 25 years, and after doing that, I'm on my 4th passport in 8 years.
Oh, all right.
And I just travel around the world. I've been living in Cambodia. I teach. I love sharing. I draw with children.
Thank you.
That simple. And
congratulations.
Thank you. And I'm very excited, and I'm moving so much forward. Oh, I got to share this. Just this summer, I came back from Cambodia, and in just 3 months, money's not everything. It came my way. It manifested. I got 6 acres in Southern Oregon. I've got a house, and I put my last money into a well. Now, I want to dedicate that. I don't know if you can read my energy. I already have, because you said to visualize. But if the hybrid children need a safe place to come and just get their toe in the water, that's what it's for.
Message received.
Okay, thank you. One question on a personal level. There was a lot of talk yesterday about near-death experiences.
Yes.
If you can read my energy pattern, how many times have I physically died?
In this life?
In this life.
None.
None?
No.
Really?
You've shifted a lot to different parallel time streams and realities, but not in the sense have you classically died.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. And then that'll bring me to my last question.
Yes.
As we're moving and we're moving in dimensionally shifts also.
Yes.
Okay. I feel this heavy, behind the back of my throat, the back of my eyes, the crown, spider webs tingling in the face.
Yes.
It's like a connection. I can even look at the stars, literally, and the stars move. It's not in my mind. They actually move.
Well,
Is that making
they're not
sense?
moving in your reality. What you're seeing is the dissolution of your reality. You're seeing the bending and blending
more
of
malleable
space and time.
Space and time are more malleable because I play with the clay, as you say.
Yes.
With the energy.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. And also the holotope experience, I took it to another level. I'm an artist. You always say be creative.
Yes.
So now I'm on that mountain and it's just me and my cat. And when I lay, I look up to the stars and I channel loving energy to all creation.
Yes.
You and the hybrid children.
Yes.
And I envisioned the triangle, and I also can pinpoint a particular star, and the whole sky turns into the holotope experience.
Exactly. There are many dimensional levels to the idea of the holotope as a permission slip symbol.
Yes.
Thank you for using more than one level.
Thank you, and thank you for introducing me. I believe it was last year. I could only attend via live stream, but the ET intermediary, the ET consciousness that is in between the dimensions, that's very ephemeral.
Yes.
You not to be trifled with. You said those beings. I've actually been practicing communicating with them, and they help. It does help.
Yes.
It makes the shift a little bit easier.
It can, yes. Thank you for using it that way.
Yeah, okay.
So,
yes.
Thank you. Messages received. What's the name of your cat?
Oh, no name. I call it Calico.
All right.
Why?
Say hi to Calico. Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar. I have one last question.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ask your question of the stars.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I have no idea what I'm doing up here. I just
Neither
threw my
do
name
I.
in. But I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, all right.
Yesterday, a gentleman talked about lucid dreaming, and I'd like to discuss that. Just
Yes.
popped in.
Yes,
When
yes,
I
yes.
lucid dream, I've heard you discuss that you can then mold the dream into anything you want much more quickly.
Yes.
I personally have found that I am sluggish yet, or if I think of something that I want to do within the confines of that lucid dream, it's like I'm just, slow. It doesn't.
That's because you are still thinking in terms of the way you do things in physical reality.
Correct.
So it's not about actually doing things in the same way. It's about reimagining them.
Will you please elaborate?
Literally what I just said. It's about reimagining the way you can do something. That's part of the process you're learning. When you go into lucidity in the dream, you have to allow yourself to reimagine how things are done. So, using your imagination, can you imagine that if you simply see a different scenario, that it can instantly be there, manifest in front of you?
Yes, I can.
All right. Practice that without thinking that anything physical has to happen. Understand that it is a projection of consciousness. It isn't solid. It isn't real. It's not that things have to be done in the way you do things in physical reality. You have to understand that what it is you seem to be seeing around you is actually inside you. So it's just a matter of exercising your imagination and knowing that the outside and the inside are the same thing. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does.
Because you're still thinking in the lucidity, even as you see things outside, that they're actually still outside in the way they seem to be in physical reality. It's not. That's just kind of an echo of what you're used to. But it's not outside you at all. It's all within you at that point.
Yeah.
So, in a sense, what we're saying is you're trying too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Just back off and just imagine the scenario within you.
Understood. Thank you.
Maybe even though, of course, you don't really have eyes in the same way anymore, but in that state, you could even just close your eyes. Stop looking at the stuff that seems to be outside you. Rearrange the scenario in your mind and then open your eyes and see what happens instead of looking at what you're trying to change. That's how you access the template level reality once you're lucid. Close your eyes, rearrange the scenario, open your eyes, and see what's there.
I like that.
Does that help?
It does. I had an
Okay.
experience where the gentleman talked about spinning in the lucid dream.
Yes.
And I had a very long being. I was literally spinning out. It felt like space.
Yes.
Grab me and pull me back in. And I thought that was fascinating. I at first got a little shaky because I'm like, what's up? But
Yes. Well, you have guides and mentors on that level too
yeah,
that are helping to train you so you don't go spinning out of control.
right.
Does that help?
It does. And
Yes.
the hybrid children, I'm not going to ask anything other than, what are they? I'm kind of new at this. Sorry.
What are they?
Yeah. Sorry.
You don't understand what the hybrids are.
Well, not completely, no.
Do you understand the idea that the civilizations that you refer to as the Greys,
Yes.
will sometimes take humans from your planet on board and extract genetic material to blend with their own and other genetic material to create a hybrid civilization, for example, such as myself, in order to perpetuate their culture because their culture as the Greys was dying out?
Yes.
Do you understand, therefore, that there are certain hybrid children that will actually be coming to live among your people on the earth in the future as well, that are representative of the children that you have co-created with the Greys by the use of your genetic material as humans?
I do understand that.
Then what is it you are asking?
I'm asking, how will that come about? Will they?
They are practicing right now, here and there, in certain spots, living among you, understanding your culture. As your culture changes to match something closer to theirs, they are changing themselves to match something closer to understanding your culture so that you can coexist. Because this is part of the evolution of your planet becoming what we term the sixth hybrid race. Eventually, on your planet, even though you're all hybridized right now, you are moving in evolution toward a very specific type of hybridization. And in 1,000 years, the only beings on your planets will all be hybrids that are more similar to us. That's what the human is becoming.
Would Willa Christine be considered a hybrid?
Yes. And she is well along on that future path because she is, classically speaking, 700 years in your future.
I like Willa.
We do too. Yeah. But yes, she is the type of hybrid that will be more common on your planet in the future. A blend of many different kinds of extraterrestrial beings and more fully realized genetically as the idea of Homo galacticus. Does that help?
It helps quite a bit.
One moment. Brief message from Willa. Bless you, Cookie. And good day to you.
Thank you kindly.
So will that do?
Yes, thank you very
Then
much.
lucid dreams to you.
Thank you, Bashar.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm having a bit of an experience with the loss of a relationship that's ending. And in terms of that, I'm wondering, I feel like a lot of the things that I'm going through as I go through my own feelings aren't my own. And so I'm curious.
What does that mean?
In that, maybe in that connection that I'm bringing some of his emotions into it and I'm having to move through some of his emotions. Something like maybe that empathetic being.
Well, empathy can allow you to understand what someone else may be experiencing more fully, but that doesn't mean you have to take that on yourself. If you choose to match it and take it on yourself, then in many ways it is your emotion.
Sure, that makes sense.
So maybe it's putting you in touch with belief systems by doing that you have that you would like to let go of. By using the simulated emotions, so to speak, in order to make it easier for you to get in touch with things that might be more challenging for you to get in touch with if you actually thought they were your own emotions.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, in other words, you may be tricking yourself into dealing with negative belief systems that a belief within you is preventing you from doing with your own emotional investigation. So you may be clever enough to be using the idea that it's someone else's emotions that's allowing me to get in touch with this, and thus doing an end run around the negative belief system.
So in terms of a belief system, that I do have a belief system in play that's about this. So the idea of an empath, this person that feels a lot, takes on a lot of the emotions surrounding them and things like that. What's the validity of that? Is that a limiting belief? Is that...
Again, empathy is the result of matching someone's frequency and having the same feelings and thoughts at the same time. But there is obviously, like anything, a positive way to experience it and a negative way to experience it. But what we're saying is, if you are matching the frequency of what someone else may actually be experiencing, you may be doing it as a clever way to get in touch with the things that you need to let go of as negative beliefs, because you may be holding on to a belief that says by investigating your own emotions, it's more difficult to do.
So how can I break through experiencing, how can I break through that empathy to get to the emotions that I need to experience? Or is experiencing it through empathy the way to
That's
it?
what I'm saying.
Okay.
That may be what's working for you as a permission slip. And when you no longer need to do it that way, then you will be able to use your own emotional resonance to get in touch with those things by having circumvented the negative belief that's preventing that, by doing it this way.
Okay, interesting.
Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense. Yes, it helps as well.
All right. Now, I will ask you this. What is, if you're willing to share it, you don't have to, what is the strongest negative belief you have about yourself with respect to the experience you just had in this relationship? You don't have to say
There's
it.
a few. There's
Yes,
probably
all right.
there's probably two that are very solid, but even going through, sitting through yesterday, and the idea of unworthiness and
All
just
right.
purely being in existence means you're worthy really
Yes.
takes care of that.
That's helping you?
That helps, yes, absolutely.
All right. Anything else still lingering that you haven't dealt with yet?
There's a fear of abandonment, certainly, and a fear
All
of
right.
not being able to receive love.
All right. So you're working on those too.
Sure, every day.
All right. Well, the idea of abandonment. Can you really be abandoned? Can you come up in your imagination with a different definition so that you can understand that abandonment is not something that can be experienced in your life?
I believe that. It's almost not a...
Now, one moment. When I say that abandonment cannot be experienced in your life, what I'm saying is it doesn't mean that someone won't decide to not continue to have a relationship with you. What I'm saying is, can you understand that if someone else decides to do that, that's not equivalent to abandonment?
I understand that.
All right. Because you are a co-creator, and if you understand that it is actually potentially in the best interests of everyone at that moment for that scenario to play out that way, then you're actually being helped by being given a reflection that allows you to get in touch with what you need to get in touch with at that moment for yourself to become more of who you are. And therefore, no matter how the scenario looks, you haven't been abandoned. You're actually being given what you need to work with.
I believe that.
Then you can't be abandoned.
I get that.
All right. And
in terms of Kundalini energy, as a Kundalini yoga practitioner and a Kundalini yoga teacher,
Yes.
what I'm curious is this idea of this Kundalini energy. What does it create? What does it help in terms of what does it create in the cosmos? And what does it help individuals as they're cultivating that energy?
It contains within it a resonance of alignment, harmonious alignment of all the systems. In other words, it induces the experience of a holistic system that's self-aligned and self-guiding and self-perpetuating and self-expanding.
Okay,
That's
that's
what
wonderful.
it does. Does that help?
That helps tremendously. And I have one last question.
Yes.
Even in terms of teaching, how can I help prepare people for the idea of first contact?
Whatever way is most exciting for you, to the best of your ability, with no insistence on a particular outcome.
Sounds familiar. Thank you,
We
Bashar.
probably have heard that somewhere before too, and are just passing it along to you. Does that help?
That does help. Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I want to just express my gratitude. I feel so happy. And most of the time, almost all the time, and even when I don't, I know there's a way out.
All right. That's the first step. You always know that no matter what belief you're dealing with, it's just a belief, and there's always a way to transform it.
Yes, that happened to me. I went through something that was surprising to me. It had to do with thinking that in a competitive way that somebody likes somebody else better than me. It was sort of like I think of it as a girl thing. Like
a girl thing.
It's hard to explain. Like a woman.
We were under the impression that only boys had things, but All right, a girl thing.
I think girls have these subtle things, let's say that.
They have other things.
Yes. So anyway, I really want to express it. I wanted to express this negativity, and I didn't do it. I did it through meditation. I did it through, I could almost like hear you talking to me to help me.
Oh, yes.
Really.
Please remember, you are speaking to your own higher mind right now, using us as an excuse to do so.
Yes. And
you can always talk to your higher mind, and if it helps you to think that it sounds like us, by all means, we are happy to be your permission slip.
Yes. It's nice and neutral, a little bit like Mr. Spock.
We don't have pointy ears.
No, you don't. You don't. So that was really a wonderful experience for me, and I know that I can continue to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for knowing that, which is much stronger than believing.
Yes.
When you know something to be true, it's in your bones, your blood, your behavior. You just do it. You don't think about it. You don't wonder if you believe you can do it. You just do it. Knowing and action are synonymous.
Thank you.
So if you're not seeing it in your behavior, you don't know it yet.
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Why, thank you.
And I have a question about something.
I knew you would.
Thank you. About yesterday, the Anunnaki, the question was, what are the qualities of them that we have? And there were 3: shifting into gamma frequency, psychic abilities, relationship with vibrations that have to do with other star systems. And one thing that popped into my consciousness was, what about love? Where does that fit?
But that existed within you as the hominid species already.
Okay. That's so interesting you said that, because I had this conversation with my husband right after, and he said it could have been from our natural source of, the ape conscious.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Then one more, and
one more last question?
Yes, one more last.
All right.
It might lead to another one, all right?
We'll see about that.
It's about the crop circle phenomena, which I'm really very interested in, and
You're
I
seeing
love the beauty
slices
of
of
them.
a much higher dimensional form. You're only seeing a slice, a 2-dimensional slice of a higher dimensional form that is the product of the collective consciousness of your world, and it's engaged with the consciousness of other realities, including the consciousness of nature itself. You're giving yourself messages and learning how to read them from a higher perspective. It's like having a communication dialogue literally with the collective higher consciousness of the entire planet.
Wow.
You're talking to Gaia.
There was one that came this past 2016 crop circle phenomena in Wiltshire, UK.
Yes.
And it was a extraterrestrial face with a wreath around the top of its head that looked like pine trees. And there was a discussion on that because I was on an online course with it. And my first feeling was almost like a joke, like, it was in nature. We're already here. We're in nature.
Yes.
Yeah, and then secondly was, the other thought was, this phenomena is natural, and we're showing you that by giving you a little piece of your own nature here.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The first thing you said?
Yes.
We are already here?
Yes.
Pay attention to the last line in the documentary.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Bye-bye.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It's wonderful to be able to talk to you again.
It is wonderful to talk to you as well as all of you.
Well, now I've been struggling or looking at this idea of the train tracks and which train you're on.
Yes.
And as I look at our political upheaval, I'm seeing that the tracks are becoming very, very clear.
Yes.
Now, I am correct in my perception of that?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's what's happening, because I believe at one point you said that as you get further along this track,
yes,
the other will begin to disappear.
Eventually. Not right now. We're talking about years down the road.
Okay. Because
if you're impatient, you're on the wrong train.
Oh, okay. They just,
Because remember what we have said, the measure of change and choice is not about seeing differences outside. It's about responding differently to the outside, even if it still looks the same.
And begin to respond to it with compassion.
That's the right train.
That's compassion. Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, very, very much. It
All
just
aboard.
yeah. And I have another question.
Yes.
I had a heart attack several
how
years ago.
exciting.
Well, it really was. And as I was being
by the way,
attended to.
By the way,
Yes.
one moment before you continue, please. Please understand that in general, yes, there are exceptions. In general, a heart attack is a counter attack because the heart has already been attacked by your beliefs and energy. So it's a counter attack to stop you in your tracks and reset you.
Whoa. Well, that makes this experience even more meaningful.
Yes.
As I was on the table having a stent placed in my Suddenly, I was aboard a ship.
Yes.
And all I remember is what they were wearing.
Which was?
They had uniforms that were beige, the women that were pleated.
Yes.
And as they moved underneath the pleats, they were orange. The men were wearing orange like jumpsuits, orange and beige.
All right.
And then I was back.
Yes.
So can you tell me who they were or anything about
You were
them?
seeing a physicalized manifestation of Arcturus energy. They don't actually look that way. They look that way when they penetrate their consciousness into your reality, taking your form so you'll have something to relate to. But the vibration is of Arcturus energy. The Arcturus energy relationship is one of realignment, resetting. It's like a reset button. Yes. The idea of the Arcturus gate that we have described is when many children are born on your planet, they will make a connection to the idea of the Arcturus vibration so that they don't get as affected by the belief systems of the planet and they remember more of who they are. So the idea is that you were having your reset button pushed. So you could go back to zero and start again, a fresh start in a sense. But the Arcturus energy is what did that. By the way, it's very rare for individuals, and usually only happens in those extreme circumstances where the Arcturus energy will actually present itself to you that way. So congratulations.
Wow.
On a rare experience.
Well, yeah, it was pretty spectacular.
Yes,
and
they
I'm
are.
still here.
Yes, yes, yes.
And that's the best part. Thank you very much, Bashar.
You are very welcome.
Hi, Bashar.
Hi, you. Good day.
Thank you. I just want to also mention I moved to Sedona about a month ago.
Oh,
I
all right.
really feel that intense energy.
Yes.
Like I feel like I've been PMSing for about a month now.
Speak up.
I feel like I've been like PMSing for about a month.
All right.
Yeah. So it's a little interesting, but you know, it'll get better. Eventually, right?
Well, if you work through it, if you let go of the belief systems that are generating the resistance, yes, of course.
Okay, that makes sense. And also, my boyfriend and I recently let our praying mantis pet go. And in the last couple of days, we've seen 3 in 2 days.
Yes.
So is that connection to any hybrid children in our
Well, it's a
partner?
connection to the idea of the hybridization agenda that is being run by the beings you refer to as the mantis beings.
Okay, so they're controlling it. Are they the
It's not a controlling, it's a guidance
guide?
system.
So are they the council? When we meet the council soon? They're, okay.
That can be a symbol of that, yes, and connecting, reminding you to connect into that energy, yes.
Okay. And then also, so recently when I saw you about 3 months ago, you told me Violet was a name to connect with my hybrid children. Now, since that day, I haven't had any dreams, anything, and I used to probably lucid dream about once or twice a week.
I know. But the idea is that you haven't shut down. It's that you're not used to the way in which the interactions are actually happening yet. They're happening on another level, and you have to open yourself up to that level in order to understand what's going on, because they are happening. You're just not remembering them at this point, but that means you're on a different level with it. That's okay. You'll start remembering.
Cool. So does that have anything to do with when I recently did ayahuasca, I heard children laughing, and then I also did Kunlun about 2 nights ago, and I heard children sneezing.
Yes. So you're getting little snatches in your senses of the fact that there is some interaction going on, and they're, well, all right, they're kind of mischievously playing with you a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Because they're learning your ways.
Okay.
And they think that's fun.
Yeah. So if I become less mischievous, will they?
Say again.
If I become less mischievous, will they become less mischievous? And
not necessarily.
Okay. Good deal.
But they will always be mischievous in a positive way.
Okay. Well, they're children. That makes sense.
So are all of you.
True. And so I want to ask the question, so how many hybrid children do I have?
Why don't you ask them? That will be another way, if you put the question out to them, that you might gain more consciousness of the interaction, because they will tell you how many there are.
Okay, so is this kind of like how you were talking about in lucid dreaming? Sometimes people feel paralyzed and they don't know how to move in that dream?
Yes.
So I don't know how to move or interact in this state. Is there anything that you think would be beneficial for me besides the permission slips I've already interacted with?
What I just told you.
Okay, so
ask the children how many of them there are.
Okay.
And they will present themselves to you.
Okay.
Violet, Primrose, Bluebell, and on and on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nania?
Yes, I thought we had one more person. Okay. So we have about 10 or 15 minutes left. I can ask a couple questions that we have from Ustream listeners.
Please do so.
All right. Can you talk about time loops? I experienced some similar days exactly 1 year apart. This is a questioner.
Well, many things go in cycles within consciousness, and it won't be identical, but it will be representative that you may have come back to a 0 point where you've gathered the information that you need, and now you can ascend to another level and go through the cycle again, gathering the information, and then ascend and go through the cycle again. This is a technique that is common in different civilizations and in different people, where you're sort of upgrading yourself by going through a very similar kind of cycle over and over again, but gathering new data as you go. This can sometimes be experienced as a so-called time loop.
It sounds like also, because you have this similar experience like Groundhog Day, I guess, that it can show you how much you've changed in response to what you're experiencing.
It can be used as a comparative measurement, yes. Yeah. There are many ways to use it. It is similar to the concept of déjà vu, but used in a slightly different way.
Okay, the second question is, how can I tell if I'm getting responses from my guides or just making up the answers myself?
The response question would be, if the answers work for you, who cares? And if synchronicity is happening in the life, that is often information from the guides. Again, please remember, the guides will attempt to remain relatively unobtrusive in your life. It doesn't mean they always have to give you information with voices and trumpets. The idea is they will use what's at hand. And if they know the information already exists somewhere in your reality, then information, like electricity, like water, will follow the path of least resistance. Why reinvent the wheel and have to deliver the information in a more challenging way for you when the information might just be right around the corner, and then all the guide has to do is sort of nudge you to turn left instead of turn right, so you will overhear the information that you need. So the synchronicity is very often messages specifically from the guides, because they know how to use synchronicity in that way as a tool to get information to you. So you are receiving information all the time, all the time. You don't always have to be aware that it's coming from your guides. And if in fact sometimes you are aware that it's coming from your guides, that could be getting in your way, because you'll stop and think about that. So they again will remain relatively unobtrusive. And if there is some reason why you do need to know it's coming from them, you will. But if you don't know whether it's coming from them or not, you don't. Trust the way it's unfolding. And you will know that if you trust the way it's unfolding, paradoxically, you will actually develop more sensitivity to tell the difference between when the information is coming from your guides or something else.
Perhaps this is another way of saying what you're saying, but it seems like whenever you have a major synchronicity,
yes,
that can be an indication to you that you're having a communication with your guides.
Not always, but it can be.
It can be, yeah, because it's like you can see that everything came together, yes, and that you were connecting with your higher levels.
Exactly.
And also, a lot of people get like numbers, you know, where they're
yes,
like,
yes,
oh,
yes,
I always get that number. And that, again, can just be like a trigger to connect
yes,
with your
yes,
higher, your
yes,
guides, your
or
higher
to
self.
let you know you are connecting at that moment.
Right. It's just like, it's an ongoing conversation that evolves, that becomes personal to you, but you definitely know it's coming from your higher levels, and it's guiding you in a direction that's really supportive of your life.
Yes.
And those are the kinds of things that our guides do for us. So it's just
yes, and that's a definition of synchronicity.
Another question was, one
moment.
Yes.
Please understand that when we talk about the idea of synchronicity, we're not talking about something that actually impinges into your reality. Synchronicity is a way of interpreting the fabric of the reality itself. It's you being able to suddenly perceive the actual underlying structure of existence, in the sense that everything actually is one thing and everything is connected. So it's the actual fabric of existence itself that you're seeing when you experience synchronicity. Not something that comes from outside and manipulates the reality. It is the very fiber of the reality, the bones of the reality itself that you're experiencing.
And it also seems like, as part of our process, the demystification of the communication with the higher levels is really part of that acceptance. This is a natural
yes,
part of your life, that you can have these conversations,
yes,
and get better and better at communicating with yourself.
Exactly, because again, the point is that even if you are communicating with your guides, their job is to help you become your own best guide.
Yeah. Another person wrote in, I've been in contact with some beings who look like humanoid lions.
We hear this a lot.
Who are these kitty people?
We can't really talk about them much, but the idea is, again, as we described with the Arcturus beings, it's a projection. They don't actually look that way, but they represent a civilization on a different dimensional level that understand what that symbol means to you, and know that by, in a sense, projecting their energy in a certain way that takes on that appearance, you're going to relate to them in a certain way that's important for you. But really, let's put it this way. The civilization of feline beings that you really need to get more in touch with already live among you. They're called cats. And the idea of that higher dimensional group of beings that may present themselves with that appearance, even though that's not what they really look like, in some ways is reflecting to you that these are the beings you need more familiarity with, which is why cats were often referred to as familiars. Do you understand?
Oh, because they're part of our family.
And the idea is they already perceive into other dimensions. So if you can understand how to have more empathy with the cat and communicate on that level, you can start to see what they see through their eyes.
And it's interesting because I think a lot of us, when we first have pets and cats and things like that, that you think of yourself more like, well, I'm the human and this is the cat, and the cat is sort of lower
to
than
which
me.
the cat usually responds. Remember, even your own scientists know that cats aren't actually domesticated. You just cohabitate with them. And they choose to cohabitate with you. There's a reason for that. You haven't domesticated cats. They just find that living in your condition sometimes is convenient. And they do enjoy forming bonds with you. Please take advantage of the fact that they are actually choosing to do that with you because you have not domesticated them.
Yeah, it's actually, they're quite intelligent in terms of what they're communicating. And if you really engage on a cooperative communication, it takes a new direction for your whole relationship with animals and with other species, communicating with other
Absolutely,
species.
Because many times if humans, in some way, shape, or form, relate to the cat as if the human is the master, boy, have you got that backwards.
Yes.
Cats are master teachers. Learn to become equal to them. And you will be able to pierce the veils between realities much more easily. Does that help?
That helps a lot. There is one last question that you might want to answer, and that is, what's the difference between how an individual shifts reality and how a group shifts reality?
The only real difference is the degree of consensus in the shift. Does that make sense?
Say that again?
The only real difference is the degree of consensus in the shift. In other words, if you're shifting on your own, you're relating to the idea of the mass consensus to a certain degree, but you have a lot more leeway. The idea of a group shift involves a lot more intercommunication to decide on agreeing what you're all shifting to, so that you can still have a apparently common experience even in the shift. So let's say there's a lot more networking going on in a very specifically focused way for a group than there is with an individual.
And it also amplifies the energy of each person within the group and creates a level of synergy that goes beyond what you would see in just an individual in some way.
If the group is, shall we say, willing and able to align in that way, yes. Although there are groups that can also create chaos within themselves as well.
Right, but when they get more and more synchronized, then you have the telepathic phenomenon starting to happen.
Yes, and then they can, by the fact of the increased numbers, possibly, not always, but possibly because of the general belief system on your planet, add more energy to the shift and allow it to accelerate more rapidly than an individual who might have to deal with many other issues that being in a group can actually handle because of the cooperation and support among the group. So a group can sometimes, not always, sometimes take itself faster and farther than an individual. Just depends.
It's very interesting. Group dynamics are something that we as humans have studied a lot, but I don't think we've really understood fully how this can be utilized when...
No, but you will.
Great.
So now, please, all take a very short break, and we will resume this transmission with your holotope meditation to help crystallize in the idea of the protocols of contact. Enjoy a short break.
All right, and of course we want to extend our thanks to all the people here in Sedona that helped with the event. We really appreciate all of your efforts and your hard work. Thank you. And now, Darryl, take it away. Or take us away.
Take myself away. Oh, no, don't say let us continue this transmission by each and every one of you allowing yourselves to relax. Relax and become comfortable. Let go, relax. Let your bodies relax. Let your thoughts relax. And as you begin to let yourselves go into a more relaxed state bit by bit, allow your breathing to become deep and even, starting now by taking a deep breath in and letting it out. And letting yourself become more relaxed as you take another deep breath in and let it out. And allow all the thoughts of the day to melt away as you become more relaxed by taking one more deep breath in and holding it and holding it and holding it and blowing it out. Now continue just to breathe deeply, calmly, easily as your music comes up and your lights begin on the holotope. And as you allow yourself to gaze at this reflective mirror of a multidimensionally connected network of lines of light and energy, you also see within it the idea of all the different worlds, all the different consciousnesses, all the different civilizations that make up the Interstellar Alliance, like a chart and a map of the different star systems, all interconnecting with intention through these lines of light, these lines of love, lines of allowance. And you allow yourself to drift into that reality of contact. And allow yourself to feel more and more all of the waves of energy in these lines of light, lines of information, lines of intention, lines of allowance, lines of love, this network of belonging, this network of engagement, this network of a stellar community that you are approaching, that you have sent out a request to become a part of, an invitation that we are answering to help guide you along the path of opening up to the galactic community to which you are only now just beginning to realize you are part of and can become far more engaged with in a multitude of ways that will elevate and accelerate you beyond what you are imagining now. To explore other realms, not only out among the stars, but within the different dimensions of your consciousness itself. And are beginning to understand more deeply the idea that all the stars that seem to be out there and all the civilizations that may be associated with them are actually all contained within your consciousness. Becoming a part of the Interstellar Alliance is also the beginning of the recognition that the Interstellar Alliance is a part of you and always has been. First contact begins with you, within yourself, to integrate and form associations and alliances of all the different aspects of your own consciousness, to pull together the star systems within your own being of the different aspects of your personality, the different levels of the being that you are, to embrace all that within yourself that communion that will allow you then to send out a vibrational resonance that will allow you to commune with all the other civilizational reflections, for they are reflections, just different ways of reflecting back to you the multidimensional nature of your being. The idea of interacting with all these civilizations is very similar to standing in the center of a multifaceted crystal that surrounds you, so that every reflection on every facet, no matter how different it may look, you'll be able to understand is simply a different aspect of your civilization, another way of seeing all that you are related, that you are one thing expressing itself in all the different ways that it can. This is the beginning of the true relationship with the Interstellar Alliance, is to begin that relationship within yourself and integrate and become a whole system that can then vibrate at a frequency that you will give off as an invitation for others to join in community and sharing and creation. You have gone through many of the phases and stages and steps that lead to open contact and membership in the Alliance. A lot of that now is behind you. There is still things to do, things to learn, things to understand that are ahead of you. But you are getting closer, approaching faster and faster every day. The more you integrate, the more you relax, the more you allow, and the less you fear, then the more you will feel and experience the connection that will draw you in and bring you in deeper and deeper into the Interstellar Alliance. And on the day on which you may decide to accept full membership, that will be a day of joyous celebration for all the worlds that belong. For they will have welcomed home another member of the family, and the family will have grown and increased and expanded exponentially, even by the inclusion of just your single civilization. For the wealth of diversity that you bring is magnificent and beautiful. And you will add your uniqueness to the idea of those who, with their free will, join all others in a beautiful dance and an orchestration of engagement, expression and allowance and unconditional love, so that we may all experience more and more with every addition of the multidimensional crystal of all the ways that all that is has of expressing itself within the existence that it is. As we have expanded you, and you will expand us, our deepest appreciation and gratitude comes along with that. For we can feel you in our hearts, we can feel you in our minds, we can feel you in our souls, at the very core of our beings. And we welcome you. We welcome you home. Be at peace within yourselves and with all others with whom you interact. Be at peace. Do not shy away from standing in your true grace. And if you relax into that true grace, many things you might believe are impossible now will become commonplace for you. Allow yourself to soften within all your communications with each other and come from love, understanding, and grace, that everyone's perspective is valid and beautiful, and that there can be consensus by granting absolute validity to all the differences within you. This is how unity is formed. Not by all thinking or being the same, but by holding sacred all of the beautiful different perspectives that each of you have, and allowing them to work together and blend together synchronistically, and to step into the energy that guides our civilization that we refer to as synchronism, where we know that all things are exactly where they need to be, when they need to be there, and that on this journey and in the stages that lead to open contact, you are perfectly exactly where you need to be on that journey, at exactly the appropriate stage, at exactly the appropriate time, and that all things will unfold exactly as they need to. Take a deep breath in and crystallize this for yourself, and allow it to be real. Be gracious, be open, do not be afraid. Be gracious, be open, do not be afraid in all things in your life. Accept the unexpected and expect it to be unexpected. For you know not the path you must take now, and it will be revealed to you only when you take the step upon it that you need to take next. And that will help you live in the now and trust that all things will unfold as they need to. Take a deep breath in and make this a truth for yourself if you wish, for it will serve you in all things that you do in life. Relax into yourself and into your grace, and come from grace and graciousness. Take another deep breath and hold it and hold it and hold it and blow it out. And sweeten the environment and the atmosphere and immerse yourselves in that fluidity. Take that into your heart and let that be your life's blood, and let it nourish you and support you so that you may thrive and be all that you are. Be in spirit, be in peace, be one and many. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. And now, as you continue to breathe and relax and allow your music to soften and your lights to dim, allow yourselves just to float in the silence and in the dim light. Just allow yourselves to float freely and easily and effortlessly, and feel the joy of life itself warm your heart, and smile. Our deepest appreciation to you all. Enjoy your experience of the first major tool of first contact, and allow it to accelerate you on your journey this evening. Our unconditional love and gratitude to you all. Sweet dreams, lucid dreams. Be the dream. Continue to breathe. Continue to breathe. Continue to breathe. Waves of light on the interstellar shores of space and time. cycles upon cycles. Breathe in and out. And remember, when in doubt, breathe. Just breathe. All you